guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A Texas congressman says the Senate and the White House will have to sweeten the current border security deal to get an aid package for Ukraine and Israel through the House.
The root of the issue is labeling cartels as terrorist organizations, and the other piece is holding these smugglers accountable that cause damage and kill Americans.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, GOP Congressman Tony Gonzalez acknowledged that what the Senate and White House want is much different from what the House wants. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas have been spending the weekend meeting with a bipartisan group of 3 senators over border security. Gonzalez criticized the White House for not having President Biden or Vice President Harris meeting with the senators. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has issued a travel advisory as a major storm impacts the region. Forecasters say strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding are likely from the mid-Atlantic to New England. Adams is urging people to stay home with hazardous conditions expected to affect travel through Monday. One Senate Democrat says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is undermining a vision of peace.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been an exceptionally difficult partner.
Delaware Senator Chris Coons said on CBS's Face the Nation that President Biden and most of Congress want a 2-state solution with Israel and an independent Palestinian nation. Coons agrees with the U.S. standing strong with Israel after the October 7th Hamas attack. However, he also wants more humanitarian aid, more to avoid civilian casualties. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen. The guided missile destroyer USS Carney engaged the attack drones in the Red Sea during the early hours, with no reported damage to the ship and no injuries. This is USA News.
Every day, our brave military men and women, along with their families, make tremendous sacrifices for our freedom. Patriotic Hearts, a nonprofit organization, is dedicated to supporting these heroes and their families in their times of need. By donating your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts, you'll be supporting job transition and job fair programs, veteran entrepreneurship, counseling, and retreats for combat veterans and their spouses. Call 800-804-7211. You'll receive a tax deduction, and we'll arrange a free pickup at your convenience. Imagine the difference you can make in the lives of those who have given so much for our country. Your car donation will directly impact military families, veterans, providing them with the support they desperately need. Call 800-804-7211. You can become a part of something bigger. Join us in our mission to uplift and honor our military community. Call 800-804-7211 to donate your unwanted car to Patriotic Hearts.
Officials say the investigation into anti-Semitism on college campuses is not over. On Friday, House Education Committee Chair Virginia Fox said they're continuing to investigate claims of rising anti-Semitism at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT. She also said there will be an investigation into other colleges as well, naming Columbia and Cornell. No injuries are reported after heavy rain and high winds battered much of the eastern coast, especially on Florida Saturday. Weather officials say several Florida cities, notably among them Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando, felt the worst of the storm. The system is now expected to move north along the coast of the Carolinas and potentially reach as far as New England. Rudy Giuliani says he will certainly appeal the verdict in his defamation case.
Possibly we'll move for a new trial. Certainly we'll appeal. I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly. And the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
The case awarded nearly $150 million to former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for targeting them with defamatory statements in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Pope Francis is celebrating his 87th birthday by holding a Sunday audience at the Vatican, where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Oh, hey there. What do you say? Cue the microphone. It is showtime. Indeed, time to get a brand new week started. Yeah, it's getting pretty serious now. 1 week. 1 week from today, Christmas Day. Sure enough, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, we turn the page. 18th day of December, 1 week till Christmas time. Things really begin to ramp up through the upcoming week. Travel, busy travel week as we head into that Christmas weekend. So as we close it out here, trust you had a good weekend. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Deep in our hidden bunker, Southwest Ohio. Cloudy conditions. We're hanging in at 40 degrees outside our studio. Eagle was asking last week, have we had our first snowfall yet? No, I haven't seen a flake, but that's going to change according to forecasters later today. A lot of folks may see their first accumulating snow of the season. Winter weather advisories from central, south central into southwest Ohio, southeastern Indiana, about nearly the eastern half of Kentucky. On over into southern West Virginia, higher elevations there in eastern West Virginia will see more accumulation. You've got winter storm warnings in place there. Meanwhile, if you love a rainy night, it's your kind of night along the East Coast. Forecasters had told us all last week about a potential big storm, actually a combination of two storms merging into one. We saw the rains and the winds through the Sunshine State over the weekend. Tonight, heavy rains continue crawling up the East Coast. The eastern half or eastern two-thirds of Pennsylvania seeing heavy rain, some really intense rain in pockets there. Much of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, it's rain. I guess the good news is if temperatures were where they would typically be this time of year, this would have been a monster snowmaker. But you've got plenty of warm air wrapped into this. Actually, you're going to see maybe temperatures oddly enough, into the 60s early today in places like New York City as this storm with the heavy rain pushes on through. Then the cold air comes rushing in on the backside. That cold air is moving across portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin tonight. We do have some lake effect snow showers there. At the moment, not really seeing the frozen precip in portions of northern Michigan, but that's expected to change as well. As I zoom in a little closer, at this point in time, still dealing with rain all the way down into, say, from about Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, on up the East Coast. It's eastern portions of North Carolina, on up through Richmond, Virginia, to Washington, D.C. Most of the heavy rains have now pushed east of Pittsburgh. But New York City to Boston to Albany, all the way up into Kingston, Ontario. Rain, rain, rain. This is indeed a potent storm. Barreling up the East Coast to start the new week, and will continue to bring the drenching rain and blustery winds tracking on up into New England. The primary factors, as I mentioned, with this system is the heavy rain and the gusty winds. Power outages, difficult travel conditions, obviously. The timing of the heaviest rain and the peak winds will especially prove challenging for your morning commute. Monday morning in places like New York City to Boston to Providence, Rhode Island. Overnight, though, Sunday night into Monday morning, anywhere from Virginia to Massachusetts will see some of the heftiest rainfall totals as this storm tracks right along the coast. Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, anywhere from at least an inch to maybe 2 3/4 inches of rain in just a 12 to 18-hour time frame. Could see some locally higher amounts Sunday night into Monday morning in that zone as well. So the Monday morning commute's going to be quite the challenge in major cities. From D.C. all the way up into Boston. Folks are going to have to leave some extra time when heading out. The center of this zone of low pressure is going to reach the mid-Atlantic coast by early Monday morning. Gusty winds could be blasting the coast along the northern edge. We're talking winds 40 to 50 miles per hour. Areas of eastern Virginia through eastern Pennsylvania on up into western Maine. Higher gust 50 to 60 closer to the coastal areas from Virginia Beach to eastern Maine. There's a narrow corridor where coastal winds could ramp up 60 to 70 miles per hour. Some of them could even reach hurricane force winds, 75 to 85 miles per hour right along the coast. With this forecast, obviously, the New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the New York Emergency Management issued a travel advisory through the upcoming day. The statement from the office also noted The New York City Department of Sanitation will be checking and servicing hundreds of catch basins throughout the city, ready to assist in tree-related incidents as the storm impacts that region. Any early holiday travelers in the Northeast, pay attention for weather updates. Travel delays, cancellations may occur with this developing storm, especially for your Monday along that northeast coast. Behind the storm, all right, get ready, cooler conditions, even some wintry weather spreads across the interior northeast from Monday to Tuesday. Temperatures in the northeast lingering near typical December values then for the remainder of the week. A zone of high pressure takes over much of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys to the east coast after this storm departs. So for the most part, we'll be looking at dry conditions, especially Wednesday into Thursday, as many holiday travelers look for that window of calmer weather this week. That'll be a time to really take advantage of the dry stretch Wednesday to Thursday in the eastern portions of the country. So welcome aboard. How was your weekend? Yeah, we did indeed get out, saw the beautiful Christmas lights. For the first time, I had never done the Coney Island Light Festival, which is one of those drive-through deals, $30 per car load, up to 8 people, so price isn't too bad. But I kind of anticipated. I said, honey, Friday night, you got us going on a Friday night. Everybody's going to be going to see the lights this weekend. And no doubt they were. We waited well in excess of an hour just in the line of cars doing the kind of like the snake back and forth, just to get into the display. But I think it was worth the wait. The grandkids were really thrilled. And all said and done, it probably took a good 40, 45 minutes just to actually drive through the light display. So that was a good time. Like I said, grandkids really enjoyed the lights and weather. It was I don't know if it'd be a beautiful, it was rather chilly, but I mean, we had beautiful clear skies. Couldn't have really asked for better weather this time of year. Hello, Philly Dan. Yes, here we go. It's that time again. Hope you had a great weekend. Has Stryker been on any good calls yet? Let's go Eagles tonight. All right. Yeah, we've got the playoff picture really beginning to come together. Wild card. Still a couple of weeks to go. But we'll break it down who's in. There are numerous teams that have been eliminated at this point in time. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday Eve to me. Hope you had a good weekend. Gotta love the warehouse as they're running behind tonight as I have to run to Dyersburg, Tennessee and back. It's a balmy 37 at Memphis International. I'll be listening in. I'll try to check in later on this Monday morning. Yes, Pappy, greatest day of the week. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Let's get the week started. 42 in southwestern Hamilton County. Hope everybody survived the weekend. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Steve is hidden somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hot Shot secret hidden bunker. I wonder if Santa Claus can even find it. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hammer down. Stay safe. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Mary Ann is with us. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm doing good. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Windy. Heavy rain in the northeast. 58 degrees, though, in Hohokus, New Jersey. Ho-ho. Rubber Duck, happy Monday, y'all. Dodging the lake effect snows here. Nothing yet, but they're talking 3 to 6 around the east side of the lake. 10-10 on the side. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 35 degrees. Gale force winds in Humphrey, Nebraska tonight. As we're fixing to load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck, head south for the land of Oz. Live action continues as and always. It's an epic night. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Nebraska. Hello, Tracy. Simply said, good morning from Hillsboro, Ohio. Couple of others checking in here. Hello, Dennis. We did say hello to Rubber Duck. Good to have you on board as we kind of roll into that greatest day of the week. There's Jeff, New York City. Good morning, Jeff from New York City, ready to get this week started. Let's get it underway. Yes, and it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Acworth, Georgia, 46. Made it back this afternoon from the niece's wedding in West Virginia. It was a beautiful wedding and reception. And it was good to hang out with family, meet her husband's side of the family. I had some light to moderate rain from northern Kentucky to Georgia all day. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, thank you much. Glad you made it through safely there. Well, greatest day of the week. Hello, Captain Ron.
Here we are, greatest day of the week.
Once again.
Off to a good start. Once again, what? Greatest day of the week?
Yes.
I think I commented last week that they just keep coming around faster and faster, it seems like.
Yes.
So we got a little bit of wind, and I don't know. I don't think it was as bad as they made it out to be, but it rained all day Saturday and most of Friday night, Saturday night. Had some wind, but it wasn't as bad as they made it out to be. I saw a couple of damaged billboards, and today we had some, I guess it would have been Sunday, we had some flooding in St. Pete and down at Port Charlotte. I'm guessing that's from the easterly wind, but the other day it was out of the west, and it pushed the water out, and I saw some sailboats laying on their side, so that when the water came back in, now those sailboats have, like halfway capsized.
Oh, really? Wow, they didn't right themselves as the water came up.
Yeah,
huh?
they didn't right themselves fast enough as the water came up, and they just laying on their side halfway, about 3/4 of the way under.
Wow.
So I thought that was, and I guess that thing on the bottom, dug into the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know much about a sailboat. I've never been on one, but that's 60 degrees going through Gainesville this morning. We were trying to get out to see the storm that came through. We weren't able to, so I don't know. Maybe we'll do it Friday night or Saturday night.
Yeah. So, I mean, Christmas in the Sunshine State. What's it like on Christmas morning there?
It's most of the time it was like 75, 80 degrees on Christmas Day.
Right?
It's really weird. I mean, when I take my Christmas lights down, I'm usually getting bit by mosquitoes and sweating.
Wow.
It just, I don't know, you kind of got to force yourself to get into the holiday spirit, because it's, I lived up north all my life, until 2012.
Well, yeah,
it's not the same.
Being the big Michigan fan you are,
coming down here.
You know what it's like to have a freezing cold, maybe even a white Christmas.
Yeah, and freezing your butt off. But you come down here and you kind of got to force yourself to get into a Christmas mood.
Yep.
On one hand, but there's quite a few people that decorate pretty nice. It's okay. But anyway, I got gas Saturday in Clearwater for $2.59. I couldn't make it to Largo. I live closer to Largo than I do Clearwater, but a couple blocks from my house it was $2.49.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was... But other than that, I don't have anything. Other than that, appreciate you taking my call.
Enjoy.
I'll think of something, I'll jump back on here.
Enjoy your greatest day of the week there. Yes, indeed. I did mention at the kickoff there where we may see our first flakes of the season here and a little bit of accumulation. I don't think it's going to stick around to bring a white Christmas, but many areas, as I said, portions of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, this is going to come in the form of snow squalls. Yeah, heads up, folks out there. This could be kind of a dangerous day for much of the Great Lakes and into the Ohio Valley region in the wake of this storm on the East Coast. As it departs today, the quick change to wintry conditions, where we will see some lake effect snow and some brief bursts of heavy snow, which can be dangerous when you're out there traveling on the highways. The cold air will not meet up quite in time with the big storm in the Northeast to create a bona fide snowstorm. But while delayed, it will not be denied, nor will some impactful snowfall. A burst of very cold air will surge across the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and the Northeast in the immediate wake of this storm, leading to one of winter's greatest dangers for motorists out there. As I mentioned, that is in the form of snow squalls, the wintertime equivalent to a summertime gusty shower or thunderstorm, just as the summer storms bring quick bursts of rain ponding on the highways. This time of year, snow squalls can bring a drop to near zero visibility in the matter of a few seconds, causing roads to transition. You'll be on dry pavement to suddenly wet and snow-covered and icy within a minute's time. And when these squalls occur along the highways when we're traveling 55 to 70-plus miles per hour, it's no wonder on occasions we see these massive pileups occur. As that cold air builds and moisture from the powerful storm lingers, widespread snow showers and heavy squalls will break out from Monday morning to Monday night in the Midwest. It'll be Monday night into Tuesday there in the Northeast. Some of these squalls may move swiftly through Chicago before and around daybreak this morning, and briefly lower visibility for the morning commuters. Motorists need to be prepared for more than one sudden snow squall along numerous interstates, 70, 77, 79, 80, 86, 90, 96, just to name a few. Anywhere from Illinois and Michigan to West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York early this week. Yeah, roads and sidewalks around Detroit, Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, likely to get slippery at some point between Monday afternoon and Monday evening. For most areas, it's not going to result in significant snow totals, but multiple heavy bursts of snow all the way from Michigan, northern Indiana through Ohio and much of the Appalachians and on over toward New England could bring quick accumulations, maybe an inch or two in some cases. And yes, indeed, some treacherous driving conditions. Some areas as far south as eastern portions of Kentucky and Tennessee may pick up a quick slippery coating to an inch today. Now, where the snow's more persistent, maybe in the typical lake effect snow belts, southwest Michigan, northern Indiana, southeast of Lake Erie, Ontario, several inches of snow likely to pile up. As Rubber Duck said, some of those areas may see 3 to 6 inches. So careful out there. Safe travels. Welcome to a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A Texas congressman says the Senate and the White House will have to sweeten the current border security deal to get an aid package for Ukraine and Israel through the House.
The root of the issue is labeling cartels as terrorist organizations, and the other piece is holding these smugglers accountable that cause damage and kill Americans.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, GOP Congressman Tony Gonzalez acknowledged that what the Senate and White House want is much different from what the House wants. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has issued a travel advisory as a major storm impacts the region. Strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding are likely from the mid-Atlantic to New England. Hazardous conditions expected through Monday. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen, with no reported damage to the ship and no injuries. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much. We'll get some of our industry headlines and, of course, plenty of room for you on a Monday at 844-844-3388. As typically the case is, you get into those final weeks of any given year. You start talking new laws kicking in when we turn the page into a new year, 2024. There will be no shortage of that in the coming weeks. We'll start with some industry headlines this Monday morning, though, to which a federal court of appeals has ruled that trucking companies must pay team drivers for time spent in sleeper berths in excess of 8 hours. Last Tuesday, the First Circuit Court of Appeals panel ruled on a case dealing with sleeper berth time for team drivers and pay. This is a class action lawsuit that was filed in 2016 against CRST International and CRST Expedited. This lengthy court battle centered on who benefits the most from sleeper berth time in team driver operations, the employer or the employee. Now, the lawsuit based on CRST's training program, which teams up trainees with experienced drivers. According to the court document, CRST's training program includes 4 phases. The first 2 phases include acquiring a CDL and a classroom-based course about the use of a CDL. In the third phase, trainees sign an employment contract for 8 to 10 months and begin getting paid for driving. Now, it's at this time they're paired with an experienced driver for 4 weeks of team driving. Stage 4 pairs trainees with a co-driver to complete the remaining time on the contract. Typical of team driver operations, CRST drivers will spend their mandatory 10 hours of off time or off-duty time in the sleeper berth after clocking in 14 hours of on-duty time. Now, in the case of the CRST training program, drivers would regularly spend more than 10 hours of sleeper berth time. In some cases, it may be up to 16 hours. To determine whether or not the employee's time is compensatable, circuit courts have applied what is called the predominant benefit test. This test states that time is compensable when it's spent predominantly for the employer's benefit. Now, in cases involving waiting, which applies to sleeper berth time, time is compensable when an employee is engaged to wait. However, it is not when the employee is waiting to be engaged. CRST argues that sleeper berth time falls under the waiting to be engaged. During this time, drivers can sleep, fix meals, watch television, access the internet. Meanwhile, the driving teammate is responsible for all work-related duties while the other rests. Therefore, sleeper berth time is primarily for employees' benefit. Now, they also argue that DOT regulations classify sleeper berth time as off-duty and non-compensable. However, the First Circuit found that DOT regulations deal with safety, not compensation. Questions of pay are answered by the Department of Labor regulators. On the other hand, plaintiffs argue that since drivers are confined to the restrictive environment of the sleeper berth, such time predominantly benefits the employer. Plaintiffs point out that the whole point of team driving is to keep the truck moving while rest periods are being taken, thereby increasing profits. The First Circuit agreed with plaintiffs regarding confinement. The minimum height of the sleeper berth is a mere 24 inches, as measured from the top of the mattress installed in the berth, meaning that drivers may struggle to stand or even sit up in bed in the sleeper berth. The court panel states the driver in the sleeper berth is also in constant proximity to the noise of the truck's engine, further reducing drivers' ability to sleep, relax, or engage in leisure activities, whatever it might be. In short, CRST's argument that the driver's time is their own because they can use it as they wish is unpersuasive, considering the driver's physical confinement in a restrictive space that's ill-equipped for many activities. The court also found the fact that team drivers are traveling during sleeper berth time suggests that such time is for CRST's benefit. Indeed, CRST understands the necessity of drivers' sleeper berth time to the company's bottom line, explaining that its team driving model allows it to get twice the utilization out of the truck and keep that cargo moving 20 hours a day or more. Yes, such speed of travel is made possible only by the resting driver resetting their driving hours in the sleeper berth while their teammate continues to drive. Lastly, the First Circuit points out that the driving teammate may call on the resting teammate to provide emergency assistance, even during the mandatory 10-hour off-duty period. I guess you'd call that kind of a precedent-setting case. Now, this has been ongoing since 2016. How many times can you appeal and revisit and go back? But very interesting there. Again, the headline, must compensate team drivers for in excess, anything after 8 hours in the sleeper berth. Okay, it's 844-3388. On a Monday, Scarecrow, what's happening?
1%, Steve. 1% chance of a white Christmas they've given us.
Wow.
And it won't be the first time. It won't be the first time we've had a brown Christmas here, but yeah, it kind of takes the wind out of one's sails. But no, it is what it is. So, as the bride says, well, if it's not going to be a white Christmas, why it can be brown right until the grass turns green. Of course, I guess the lost precipitation, that's going to hurt things. But no, it's I've had a few snowballs on the air here between Madison and Milwaukee, but now we're holding at 35, and I'd have to recheck again. I thought I heard the forecast had about a 47 again by Tuesday or so, but no, this is kind of, out of the norm, but it is what it is, and it's going to make it a little easier. We're out yesterday doing last-minute shopping, and what do you know? Christmas lights are on sale, so the brides thought, well, we should drag a few more lights home. And so, Steve, we're going to, maybe tomorrow afternoon, we're maybe going to be tossing a few lights out there yet, a few days before Christmas. But that is what it is. Priorities here, Steve. I have a shout-out. And actually, Steve, this shout-out is on behalf of all of the overnight listeners from last Monday's program. It's a return shout-out to that two-time world champion bull hauler there.
Yes.
Remember, right? He tipped his hat to all of us there last Monday, and I thought, well, we don't ever hear anybody giving him kudos. So no, Mr. Wheat, hats off to you, man. Steve, I thought about this Friday, and I thought, no, I'd really like to raise a long neck bottle of Blatz in his honor, but doggone this trucking company, they have this thing about open intoxicants in the trunk, so it's going to have to be a tip of my hat here right now, but worry none there, everyone. I did tip several in his honor over the weekend, various beverages of sorts, so yeah, we did that right, Steve. Oh, now, I do want to take this to a serious note just for the moment, given that talking about that high-speed chromed out bull hauling rig, we got to talk about the opposite end, the extremely slow end of things for a moment here. Now, I'm a pretty good judge of speed, Steve. All through the years, I can probably come within 5 miles an hour of the travel speed of a rig, car, whatever. Especially in truck stops, you see the Mario Andretti's,
sure,
plowing through, 20, 30, 40 miles an hour. And going back to Thursday night, Friday morning on the way down here, particular exit or on-ramp, actually, I could see from my elevated position. It was a truck. He was just about to the end of the acceleration ramp and just about to hit the roadway, but his brake lights were on and he was halfway on the shoulder. So he was all but a dead stop. So I moved over to the left lane and, then the brake lights went out and he needed to keep on going. Well, when I moved over, I already had a four-wheeler coming up behind me, not closing that quick, but my thoughts are I'm probably blocking the view of that four-wheeler that I doubt he even knows that truck is there. Now, what's going to happen, we're going to get up alongside that truck, and that four-wheeler is going to get anxious and pull over from behind me. Is he going to plow into the back of that truck? Now, I wouldn't fault the four-wheeler at all for this, but there's a big issue at stake here. Steve, this truck was not going 5 miles an hour. And I say this because I could literally watch, even at 65 miles an hour, I could watch his wheels going around. And no four-ways or anything. And that's what I was getting at. And I see this frequently, coming out of rest areas in the morning too. And I know I mentioned this in the past. Individuals that park on the exit ramp, the entrance ramp to the rest area, they're adjacent to the roadway. Well, when they come to leave in the morning or night, whenever, rather than running through the rest area to where they have the accelerating ramp to pick up some road speed, they're hanging a hard left from the shoulder into the 70-mile-an-hour traffic, and very, very seldom are they putting their four-ways on or such. I mean, Steve, it's total, fatalities waiting to happen here. So, not that I would think any of the overnight plan would fail to do this, but no, it's certainly an issue out there. If you're not running, say 50 miles an hour, you should have your four-ways on. But either way, that was. Get back to I won't call it casual, but no, we. Steve, did you by chance hear a unexplained scream? Probably about 6:30, 7 o'clock your time. If you did,
I would have been in.
coming from
I would have been snooze land at that point in time. Now, what did I miss?
Well, this is at the crow's nest here. I've related about my shoulder in the past and how I kind of have to orchestrate and calculate different moves.
Yeah.
I've learned what to do, what not to do. And something as simple out of habit, reaching back to grab my jacket, as I will shortly, I know better than to do that with my right arm. It just doesn't work. I can elevate it to about a 45-degree angle, and after that, it's a real treat. Well, last night I'd warmed up some leftovers in the popcorn popper / microwave, and I knew darn well the platter was hot. So I grabbed a couple holders and brought it over to the counter there, Steve, set it down, and sat down on the stool, and then I reached over to reposition the plate a little bit. And yeah, it was hot, let me tell you. Well, instinct had me pull my hand and arm away, jerking off. Steve, it went out at about the 2 o'clock angle.
Ooh.
And oh man, I tell you, I was down on the floor on my knees, and by the time I kind of gained my senses, my bride already had her jacket. She assumed we were going to be going to ER, but no, it did not hurt anything. But no, it if I when you go to a clinic, medical facility, they'll often ask you what's your pain level.
Yeah, 1 to 10.
1 through 10
Yep.
chart, and it seemed like they're almost disappointed if I seldom, I'll give them a 1 or a 2. My pain tolerance is fairly decent, and they almost seem disappointed. Well, this case, Steve, if they had asked me, I would have asked them if there's 11 on this scale. Yeah, I sit here now, I'm kind of laughing about it. I can still feel a little probably swelling or such, but no, that was I guess call that a lesson learned. I don't know, but no, we made it known far and wide. Anybody within hearing distance, right? It didn't feel good. I'll cap this off with apparently some deputy dog out there has probably passed the word on to always moving that I'm not such a bad guy, that my word is gold. I if there's any skeletons that were to come out of her closet, no, I would not be the one to pass them on. So I guess it was probably right. He was. I got permission. I got her phone number and such. So I contacted her. Must have been Friday afternoon, I think. And just some texting back and forth, and I had a good long conversation, so to speak, there, Steve. And yeah, I think she totally enjoys conversation. I brought up with she talked that last time we communicated, she was going to have that app, the app installed on her phone, and it never happened. So I brought this up to her again, and no, she's going to have it happen. It could happen now. We're going to take her phone into the phone store anyway, and she's gonna have them install it for her. So,
yeah.
Given time allotment, and if it coincides with her work schedule, it sounds like we'll probably be hearing more from her again, on and off. So yeah, that's I guess I would call that the high note for the weekend.
That'd be a good thing, yeah.
We'll live with that. Yeah. it went well. She's very much into horses. We know that, and our family heritage. You got to go back a generation, but that all fell into line with her thoughts and such. So no, it was a good time spent. See, we're going to go and pump some of that juice into the tanks again. So we'll pick up on the tail end of the program again.
All right. 1 week till Christmas. And that's Wisconsin. You'd think the odds of a white Christmas would be much greater than 1%. But, yes, it is. It is an El Nino kind of winter coming on. Weather patterns are going to be distinctively different this year. In the meantime, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, our Navy, our men and women in the Navy, staying very, very busy as of late. As over the past weekend, American and British warships shot down over a dozen drones launched from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen Saturday alone. The latest onslaught against naval vessels and commercial shipping in the Red Sea by the Iranian-led group. The Carney, the USS destroyer, intercepted 14 one-way attack drones, according to Central Command. The British destroyer, the HMS Diamond, newly arrived in the region to bolster protection of commercial shipping, also shot down a Houthi drone. The drone and ballistic missile attacks on commercial and military shipping has caused Maersk, the world's biggest shipping company, to instruct their vessels this past Friday to pause their journey until further notice through the narrow strait in the Red Sea. Now, while the U.S. ships Carney and fellow destroyer Mason have been very busy intercepting Houthi attacks in recent weeks, 3 more U.S. Navy destroyers have moved into the Mediterranean over the past week as the U.S. beefs up its presence in the region. The ships join the Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group that's been operating in the Mediterranean since October 7th's attack on Israel. That deployment's already been extended twice. The Ford has its own 2 destroyers and a cruiser escort and has been at the forefront of the expanding American presence in that region in the wake of these Hamas attack and the subsequent Houthi ballistic missile and drone intercepts, American, French, and British warships. Over the past week, missile defense destroyers Laboon, Delbert D. Black, and the Sullivans have arrived in the Mediterranean as well to boost the U.S. presence there. Defense officials would not comment if the ships are headed to the Red Sea. In addition to the Carney shooting down drones Saturday, the previous day, the Mason shot down an unmanned aerial vehicle that U.S. officials said was launched from Yemen, the second time this month that U.S. warship has opened fire. Very, very busy times in the Red Seas. Again, as it just appears, the Houthis, the rebels, are just trying their best to get this to expand, this conflict to expand there. Top of the hour, news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. One Democratic senator is comparing the flow of immigrants to the U.S. to a sold-out concert.
We are over capacity right now, and we have to control this.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Joe Manchin of West Virginia said it's become dangerous to let more people enter the country. Manchin defined dangerous as only being able to screen a small percentage of those crossing the border every day. Manchin announced in November he's not running for re-election, prompting speculation he may run for president as a third-party candidate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has expressed shock and heartbreak following the IDF's accidental killing of 3 hostages held by Hamas. Despite the tragedy, Netanyahu affirmed that Israel would persist with its military invasion of Gaza. Military officials acknowledged that IDF troops fired upon the hostages on Friday, even though one was holding a white cloth. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen. The guided missile destroyer USS Carney effectively engaged the attacked drones in the Red Sea during the early hours with no reported damage to the ships and no injuries. GOP presidential hopeful Chris Christie slamming Republican rival for her favorable comments about former President Trump.
Nikki Haley should be ashamed of herself, and she's part of the problem. She's enabling him by saying to people, it's okay.
Speaking on CNN State of the Union, the former New Jersey governor noted Haley said that Trump is fit to be president in a recent interview. Christie also ripped Republicans in Congress who he accused of endorsing Trump for their own political career. Christie added that Trump is getting worse every day, noting that the former president is claiming immigrants are poisoning America. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Officials say the investigation into anti-Semitism on college campuses is not over. On Friday, House Education Committee Chair Virginia Fox said they're continuing to investigate claims of rising anti-Semitism at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT. She also said there will be an investigation into other colleges as well, naming Columbia and Cornell. No injuries are reported after heavy rain and high winds battered much of the eastern coast, especially on Florida Saturday. Weather officials say several Florida cities, notably among them Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando, felt the worst of the storm. The system is now expected to move north along the coast of the Carolinas and potentially reach as far as New England. Rudy Giuliani says he will certainly appeal the verdict in his defamation case.
Possibly we'll move for a new trial. Certainly we'll appeal. I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly, and the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
The case awarded nearly $150 million to former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for targeting them with defamatory statements in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Pope Francis is celebrating his 87th birthday by holding a Sunday audience at the Vatican, where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, as we close out another weekend. So, a Monday, we shall call it Monday, the 18th of December, 1 week till Christmas Day. Here it comes. Did you get all that last-minute shopping done? Or are we still procrastinating? I'm waiting for the best deal. Well, good luck with that. The shelves might be empty. But we start the new week off with a big-time cold snap coming back after an unusually warm weekend for many. The sweep of cold air coming into the Midwest and the Northeast. It'll have a bit of a shock, even though temperatures with this will be pretty typical of where we should be for mid-December. But it's just the fact that it's been unusually mild and a very unusual warm coastal stretch for this time of year. Highs later this Monday morning will challenge records in the Northeast as this big storm draws warm air northward by more than 1,500 miles from the Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean. Now, that colder air sweeps in from the Midwest during the afternoon and by evening as the winds flip from southerly to westerly in New York City. Yeah, you may surge to nearly 60 degrees as the center of that storm passes nearby this morning. You'll plunge into the 40s by afternoon. You'll be into the 30s by Monday night. And you won't warm up much on Tuesday. Temperatures most of the day sticking around in the 30s with some snow showers. Looks like it's a similar story for Pittsburgh after high temperatures in the 50s this past day. Temperatures fall into the 30s by Monday afternoon, mid-20s for Monday night with some flurries and snow squalls, as we mentioned last hour, in the mix as well. Looks like this upcoming cold snap would be rather brief. Temperatures moderate during the middle and latter portions of this week, which again translates as to not much of a likelihood for a white Christmas for many in the lower 48. Israeli Defense Forces this past day revealing the largest ever Hamas attack tunnel discovered by the military in the northern Gaza Strip, close to the Erez border crossing with Israel. They describe this tunnel of which 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles, uncovered by the FDS, goes in depth some 165 feet beneath the ground in some areas, and appears to be wide enough for vehicles to actually pass through. It did not enter Israeli territory. One of the shafts was found just a quarter mile from that Erez crossing, which up until Hamas' October 7 onslaught facilitated the movement of Palestinian civilians into Israel for work and medical care. The IDF said that over the last few weeks, the Combat Engineering Corps, they have an elite unit, and the Gaza Division's Northern Brigade used advanced intelligence and technological means to uncover this strategic tunnel network, to scan it, clear it of potential threats. A map viewed by the Times of Israel showing the route of the tunnel has not been permitted for publication, but there were several branches and junctions along with plumbing, electricity, and communication lines. In some parts of the tunnel, troops found blast doors, which the IDF said were intended to prevent Israeli troops from entering. Said the tunnel allowed for the movement of actual vehicles underground and many weapons belonging to Hamas being discovered inside. The width of this indicates it was intended to have been used for vehicle-borne raids against civilians in the Gaza border communities. Said none of the branches actually entered Israeli territory, but as the ongoing fight, we're now, 10 full weeks in, has carried out several attacks against troops from the tunnel networks. They added that several days ago, several Hamas gunmen were killed inside the tunnel. Either way, Israel says the ground invasion against Hamas in Gaza has provided a lot of information about Hamas's Terror Tunnels project. With that announcement, IDF also published footage obtained from the Gaza Strip showing Hamas engineers constructing the tunnel. Footage shows members of the Palestinian terror group using specialized equipment to dig the tunnel. The construction of the tunnel involved a team of dozens of Hamas terrorists who came especially for its construction from Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip to the northern portions of the Gaza Strip. So even after all this amount of time, and last I heard, they're still pumping water into the tunnel network in southern Gaza, I believe is where they started that process about a week ago, stating at the time it would probably take several weeks to ultimately, the intention is to flood out the tunnels and bring any terrorists trying to hide underground out from underground. Latest from overseas. Well, big NFL weekend. Week number 15 of 18, almost in the books. We started things off with Thursday Night Football last week with that blowout. Raiders 63-21 over the Chargers. It was a triple header Saturday in the NFL, starting with the Bengals beating the Vikings in overtime, 27-24 the final there. The Bengals hold on for hopes of a wild card slot and maybe postseason play. Game 2 saw the Colts downing the Steelers 30-13. Lions easily handled the Broncos 42-17 there Saturday evening. Sunday, a full slate of action. Saints over the Giants 24-6. Browns holding on to beat those Bears 20-17. Panthers over the Falcons 9-7. Low-scoring game there. Buccaneers with a victory over the Green Bay Packers 34-20. Dolphins shut out the Jets 30-0. Chiefs bounce back after a loss last weekend. A very upsetting loss, 27-17 over the Patriots. Texans downing those Tennessee Titans 19-16. 49ers over the Cards 45-29. Rams beating the Commanders 28-20. Buffalo beating those Cowboys 31-10, the final. Baltimore Ravens easily handled the Jaguars on Sunday Night Football. 23-7 was the final there just a few hours ago. Tonight, for Monday Night Football, prime time, it will face, see those Philadelphia Eagles facing off against the Seattle Seahawks. See how we wrap up the season. But you start looking with just a few games left in the regular season. The playoff picture. Yeah, who's in, who's out. The AFC changing a bit after week 15. You got the Baltimore Ravens leading the AFC North, 10-3. Dolphins in the AFC East, 10-4. Kansas City Chiefs back leading the AFC West at a 9-5 season. Jaguars with the win. Now 8-5 become the AFC South leader. In the wild card, the Cleveland Browns hold that wild card number 1 position in the AFC. Cincinnati with the victory this Saturday, 8-6 on the season now. Wild card spot number 2. Indianapolis Colts holding the wild card spot number 3. Now, of course, you've got still in the potential mix, the Texans, the Buffalo Bills, Steelers at 7-7 now. Steelers will face off those Bengals. That'll be a big game next Saturday. I believe that's a 4:30 kickoff. In the AFC, out of the picture, eliminated at this point would be the New York Jets, the Tennessee Titans, and the New England Patriots. A lot of things could still change. On the NFC side, NFC West leader is now the San Francisco 49ers at 11-3 on the season. Eagles at 10-3, the East leader. Lions at 10-4 on the season, the NFC North leader, followed by the Buccaneers. Yes, with a 500 record, 7-7 on the season. Believe it or not, the Buccaneers are actually leading the NFC South. In other words, not a good division there, huh? Well, what about wild card action? Cowboys now at 10-4 on the season hold wild card spot number 1. I believe they've clinched that. Vikings with a 7-7 season hold wild card position number 2. The New Orleans Saints as well at 7-7. Wild card position number 3. We'll see if anything changes over the coming weeks. Rams, Seahawks, Falcons, Packers, still kind of hoping to jostle things. At this point, eliminated are the Washington Commanders, the Arizona Cardinals, and the Carolina Panthers. And, yeah, I mentioned playoff position clinched. The Cowboys are 10-4. That is indeed a playoff berth clinched there with a wild card guarantee. It is 844-844-3388. Monday, greatest day of the week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, there's an update I can throw your way. Last week I had shared the story about the canine police officer who had been separated from his handler. What was it, 5.5 years? The canine getting close to retirement. And a whole petition had been started, and they were approaching 30,000 signatures. But over the weekend, canine officer Igor did indeed get reunited with his handler. I got to take him home. A couple of videos I shared on my Facebook page there. Lauren shared this first, and I said, did he get him back? There's one video with the officer waiting there at I guess the dog was being held at some kennel somewhere. And when they opened the door, and he got to be reunited with his handler. And then there's a video where he was actually driving home, and they believed the dog was actually singing. He was kind of howling, but he was in jubilation because he got returned with the only family he's lived with this family for his entire life. So, yeah, thanks for all those who helped out signing the petition. Some folks were actually making donations, but congratulations. That's a happy ending. Igor is where he should rightfully be for his upcoming Christmas. And I know the family is just ecstatic as well to have Igor back home. Part of the deal was his handler, I'm trying to recall, he would offer to pay like $10,000 to that police department so they could purchase a new canine. And apparently that wasn't enough for the chief or something. I think Lauren said something about ultimately they forked over like $16,000 plus. And I guess that was enough for the chief to say, all right, we can get a new canine, I guess, and go through the cost of training and all that. But $16,500, I think, was ultimately what had to be forked over to get him back. Morning, Knucklebuster. How was your weekend?
It was a short, long, whatever you want to call it there. I went down there Friday down there to Bryan, Texas, delivered. Then right at the last minute, that was the only load they could come up with all day. He said, you got to be in Houston by 5 o'clock. I was 2.5 hours away. I got there at 4:59 and 32 seconds.
Wow.
According to my logbook. Yeah, I got in there, and the guy says, we're closed. We ain't loading you. Office people done gone home. Well, I stood there and talked to him, talked to the man. He was still loading a couple of trailers. He said he wasn't going home till about 7, 8 o'clock at night. I finally got his manager on the phone with the vice president of my company. All of the office people abandoned me Friday. I mean, they just left me hanging out there. They didn't care.
Yeah.
So I got him on the phone, and between him and the vice president, they managed to get the customer on the phone, and that customer said, that trailer better be loaded tonight. It's not going to wait to be loaded Monday and delivered Tuesday. It's going to deliver Monday. So about 10 o'clock, I got out of there. I carried it over there to Laurel, Mississippi, dropped it off to that driver that lives in Laurel, Mississippi. He'll deliver it in the morning. And I went on back to Memphis with his empty. And then I'm on my way to Chickasha, Oklahoma this morning. So I got just enough hours to get out there, go reload somewhere, and then get back to Memphis, and then I'm going to call it a week. So, but other than that, I had to run and go to Jonesboro, Arkansas to see my sister today, too. She had the final check for from Mama's estate there, so made Tennessee a wealthy woman today, right?
There you go.
Yeah, because what's mine is hers, and what's hers is hers. So, kamikaze drones, surely you jousted on that, right? One-way drone?
One way, yep.
Yeah, got that bomb on it, just kaboom there. Well, you talked about that Raiders ball game there, Steve. That was really disappointing. And they fired old Brandon Staley Friday, and the owner said, we are clearly not where we need to be. That's a no doubt. He said these decisions are never easy, nor something that he takes lightly, especially when you consider the number of people they impact there. So, yep.
Well, clearly, when your defense,
I would have fired the man.
When your defense gives up 63 points to the opposing team, clearly something's not right there.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd have fired him at halftime because the halftime score was 42-0. He wouldn't have come back out of that locker room there. So they were 5-8-0 at the start of the game. So now they're 5-9-0. So and them Kansas City Chiefs, man, let me tell you something. They more worried about what Taylor Swift does at the ball game than what the Kansas City Chiefs do. Taylor got caught dropping the F-bomb when somebody hit her boyfriend there, Travis Kelce. That's his name?
It. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, they was taking bets on whether she actually dropped the F-bomb or not there, so I don't know. It wouldn't be the first time somebody has there. And I guess Heatwave, old New Mexico State coach, he said that play that they had there, something like not letting them practice it on their own field or something there. He said that was a bunch of Sam Houston Institute of Technology there. So,
yeah, okay.
Let's see what time it is. Oh, yeah, we got a couple more minutes. Well, I read where this Florida sheriff reacts to a suspect alleged panic about being arrested in his county. Well, guess what? You broke the law in the wrong county down there, because you going to jail. That sheriff down there, he don't take no baloney off of them there. He locks them up, and he said, rest of them don't do nothing down there, but he's going to make them abide by the law there. So you go into a place where you will bend over every night and become somebody's girlfriend, Steve. That's how dumb you were there. I read with this Texas man, he's another DA. He run over a pedestrian. It landed inside his car, and he drove 38 miles with the body in the passenger seat. And he told the police, well, I thought it was a deer I run over.
Wow.
You didn't look to the right and see that body in your car wasn't no deer. So, I mean, people getting crazy. So, well, that's all of my bull on it for this go around. I'll get quiet and let somebody else get in there. It's your break time, everybody. So I'll call in a little later on, because there probably ain't very many of us out here tonight. This highway's about empty.
Is it? Well, I mean, that'll change by the end of the week. I guarantee you that. But so to start the week, very quiet out there, huh? I don't know what the biggest travel day this week is. Probably going to be Thursday, Friday. With Christmas Day on a Monday, it'll probably be pretty spread out for Christmas travel this year. But it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham believes a border security deal won't happen until after the first of the year.
We feel like we're being jammed. We're not anywhere close to a deal.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Graham slammed President Biden's border policy, saying the president has obliterated the border. You can expect airports and roads to be jam-packed.
AAA's Iaxa Diaz.
AAA is projecting 150 million Americans to be traveling over the holiday period. Nearly 104 million of those people will be driving. 7.5 million are expected to fly. And then there's a 4 million number, and those are the people who are traveling by other modes.
Researchers at The Ohio State University studied data from over 20,000 individuals and found that Americans consume up to 500 calories daily from snacks alone, which is often more calories than breakfast, but with less nutritional value. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, it's been a big year for expansion. Love's Travel Centers, week after week. Sometimes 2 or 3 locations on any given week opening. They're closing out a year of aggressive expansion by opening 4 locations. Last Thursday, Love's announced the grand opening of 3 new stores in Michigan City, Indiana, Nicholson, Mississippi, and Watertown, New York. They said a 4th location in Salinas, California is expected to open in the coming days. In total, these 4 locations provide a combined 377 truck parking spaces to the communities they serve. Opening 4 locations in a single week, an accomplishment to be proud of, and our team members are ready to serve customers with clean places and friendly faces. In Salinas, Michigan City, Nicholson, and Watertown, according to the president of Love's, each location will provide professional drivers and 4-wheel customers amenities that'll get you back on the road quickly. All locations are open 24/7 and offer drivers a number of amenities. First in California, 93 truck parking spaces there in Salinas, 9 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry facilities, cat scale, and a Speedco, which will be opening January the 24th. Michigan City, Indiana, 114 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays, 9 showers, laundry, cat scale. Speedco will be opening there January 31. Nicholson, Mississippi, 99 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry, cat scale location. And Watertown, New York, 71 truck parking spaces, 7 diesel bays, 5 showers, laundry, Catskills, and yes, a Speedco opening January 10. Back in February, the Oklahoma City-based chain announced they would be opening 25 new locations as part of their 2023 growth plans. With the 4 new locations, Love's has opened actually 24 travel stops this year. Company isn't just adding to its total number of stores. In April, Love's announced that they would also be investing over $1 billion to upgrade 200 of their existing locations all over the country. Big year for Love's Travel Centers. Well, hello, Brain Dead. Friday Eve, huh?
Yeah, at first I started thinking that we maybe need to drug test Captain Ron every now and then, for that Monday's the greatest day. But see, now that I'm on this bid though, and this is my Friday Eve, I think we can lay off that till probably after the next bid. So, but you say you were still procrastinating to get your Christmas shopping done, Steve?
Yeah, we got most. There was a package that was supposed to arrive over the weekend. It says it was delivered Saturday, and I ain't got it. What am I going to do now?
How was it shipped? UPS, FedEx, or post office?
I don't know. It was an online order from Walmart. Like the photography section. So I have no idea. Does Walmart use I'm thinking they probably use the Postal Service, don't they?
Possibly. If you know which one it is, call up the 1-800 customer service number and ask them to put a tracer on it. And generally with the post office, I've had this problem a lot, and they will find it in about 3 or 4 days as being some bin somewhere in like California somewhere, and it gets sent back to you. Now, some people may not understand or know now, FedEx, UPS have access points where you can literally go and have it sent to that access point to where it's delivered there, not to your address, but to like Advanced Auto Parts or little local, not a gas station. Dingbat knows what I'm talking about. I see her jumping up and down at the radio right now. But also, Amazon has come out with these lockers. We got a locker right by our house. So when we order something off Amazon, it goes direct to that locker. So that way we don't have somebody stealing it off our porch, or we send it to Whole Foods, one of the Whole Foods stores, to pick it up. So there is options that just help stop the porch pirates, but they're not telling people this. FedEx and UPS are not saying, hey, this is an access point, and maybe working with some of these big heavy shippers, such as Walmart, for example, to say, hey, do you want this to go to this access point, or do you want this to come to your default address, like Amazon does?
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of cool though, in a way. But let me translate Steve's wording of procrastinating. That's called cheapskate, people. Cheapskate. Anyway, did you see in your group the filing from Yellow on Friday from the bankruptcy court? Did you happen to see that?
I have not seen that to date. No, sir.
This is what really irritates me and pisses me off. They filed with the court, this company, and don't ask me the name because it's been a long weekend. They have filed with the court for the month of August and September. They have spent $500,000 on these bankruptcy proceedings. $500,000. They had to break down who got paid what, and I'm thinking there's about 20 different names on there. And the top 4 or 5 were the attorneys that got paid $1,400 an hour for 80 hours of work. And the court approved this.
Mm-hmm.
The court approved $33,000 in airfare and travel expenses. another $38,000 in lodging, and $7,500 in meals. I'm sorry, if you're eating $7,500 in meals, and you're only and I don't know what all they're using for travel, but it's killing us. And I mean, I understand that they owed $1.5 billion to the creditors, including the Trump loan they got, or the paycheck loan, whatever it was, you'll call it. And then on top of that, they got $2 billion for all the terminals. So I'm now sitting there thinking, okay, well, maybe these attorneys are trying to screw everybody over. I mean, it's like me and I can't remember if it was Dingbat or Eskimo Mom were talking about this the other night, that these CEOs and executives should not receive any severance packages until us employees have been made whole. We've not been made whole. Mm-hmm. And see, and the other thing too is, if they really want to make things right, pay me back interest. Pay me back interest. You took my money and invested it. I want my money back with interest. I know these CEOs put it into stocks. I know they got their money. I want mine. But, speaking of the sports scores, did you see, not this past weekend, but the weekend before, of the world's largest basketball score? Did you see this?
No, sir.
Look up North Dakota State Bisons. Played, I can't remember the school name, but it was a Catholic school. They won 108-14.
Wow.
I did not stutter. 108-14. The Catholic school that they played has lost by an average of 92 points over the last 8 games, and this was their first ever double-digit loss. Gee, there is hope for Kentucky this year, Well, never mind. Good. But, speaking of Dingbat, wow, Steve, we need to have a talk with her. She'll be calling you any moment. I imagine she's probably on hold right now. But we need to have a serious talk with her, Steve. A buddy of mine called me up, and he needed some help going get some furniture from the furniture store, right? So I said, come on, let's go. So Dingbat wanted to go along with us, right? Because she wanted to look around some furniture. Well, getting this pickup truck, now Steve, he's an avid golfer. I mean, he loves golf. He'll go anytime it's not raining and he has a day. He's out on the golf course, okay? So he had a bag of his golf tees sitting there on the center console. And old Dingbat, she said, hey, what's in that bag? He goes, those are tees. She goes, tees? What do you use them for? He says, well, I put my balls on them before I drive. She goes, what will GM think of next? Bye to me.
Have a great morning there. Yeah, I see that score. How embarrassing would that be for the opposing team? North Dakota State 108. Oak Hill was the school. Oak Hill 14. 108-14. There's just a tad bit lopsided there. All right, another industry headlines. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas using last week's House subcommittee hearing as an opportunity to tout his bill that would aim to ensure restroom access for truck drivers. Yeah, back over the summer, Nehls and Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania introduced the Bipartisan Trucker Bathroom Access Act, H.R. 3869. The goal, of course, to make sure that truck drivers, are allowed to use a restroom facility while they're waiting for freight to be loaded or unloaded. Now, it does not require businesses to construct new restrooms. Instead, it would only mandate that drivers be granted access if a business has a restroom available to their customers or employees. I don't know many employers that do not have access to a restroom. As of last Wednesday, at the Highways and Transit Subcommittee hearing, Nehls asked the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison for her support of the bill, to which she said, we believe in dignified working conditions. The Trucker Bathroom Access Act, supported by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the Women in Trucking Association, and the American Trucking Association. Going back to the start of the pandemic, 2020, there have been increased reports of truck drivers being denied restroom access. Nell said all the truckers running, trying to find a way to relieve themselves and find a bathroom to go in. This bill just makes sense. We should provide access to bathrooms for these truckers. And during a time when the trucking industry is actively trying to recruit more female drivers, he cited the lack of restroom access as another hurdle. Now, it's easier for a fella to just go behind the truck, right? But what's a lady going to do? She's got to have access to a bathroom. Houlihan also advocated for the bill. So far, the Truckers Bathroom Access Act only has one co-sponsor. After a hearing back in May, Nels called out lobbyists who were trying to kill the bill. I just want to put it on the record to all the lobbyists and trade associations that are trying to sink this bill. I really don't care what you think on the issue, but just imagine if Congress banned lobbyists from using restrooms as you wait outside those committee rooms or offices. Imagine if you were told, all you lobbyists, go outside, find a tree. Hell, go find a fire hydrant. Go outside and relieve yourselves, because we're not going to let you do it in here. How long do you think that would last? What do we want to do? Treat our truckers like cats and dogs? Valid point, but introduced all the way back in June, one co-sponsor. Horse Feathers coming up here. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to Santa Claus. Checking in here, top of the morning, Steve. 48 degrees in Sacramento, California. All right, not sure if you know about it. There's a bit of overmodulation on the audio. All right, I'll double check. Santa Claus. Over and out. Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew. Mr. Summers, off night. Hoping everybody has a safe night out there. Kentucky Ken is listening in, though. Rubber Duck said he actually got to do a quick tour of the Michigan City's new Love's location. Christened the Commode on Friday. That's nice to know. He said it's a very nice store. Shops are still under construction. They've got a Taco John's and Godfather's Pizza there. And there is Horse Brothers. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I was hoping you were going to wait until I got across the dam across the Susquehanna River because you got bad cell coverage on the dam. Got damn bad cell coverage. You believe that? The cell coverage is bad on the dam.
Right.
Something like that, however that goes. But you get the idea. So anyways, I got kind of confused there with Brain Dead's math there because I thought he said they're that team that lost to the other one there, the 108-14 there. I thought he said their average loss was 92 points, and it was their first double-digit loss. Well, isn't it double digits after like 9 goes to 10, be double digits? Just asking. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood it, but anyway. And I wanna say that Knucklebuster was absolutely wrong, absolutely positively wrong when he told you about Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift, they didn't have the audio of it, but it was pretty obvious that she said WTF in great big words, not even just letters. It was great big words.
Yeah.
And it was when the receiver got knocked down in the end zone, and they didn't call a pass interference. The receiver was laying on his back, and they didn't call pass interference. And I was kind of right there with Taylor Swift saying WTF, but she definitely said all 3 words there, right there on the big screen TV there. It was no problem lip reading that whatsoever.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Little sweet innocent. Yeah, that's right. She there was that little sweet country girl that used to sing them country songs there. I don't think she's so sweet anymore, Your Honor. I think she's got a little bit of an attitude to her there. But anyways, so I don't know. I can pull it in here. I gotta do like Scarecrow does. You got me right at the right time. We gotta throw some motivation juice in the truck, but we're doing it in the raindrops here. Still doing it in the raindrops and holding on to about 57 degrees. So I guess we can't complain about that. But yeah, it is. Anywhere there can be standing water, and anywhere there normally is standing water, and anywhere there usually isn't standing water, there's standing water tonight. So just all be careful coming through Maryland.
So
we'll get back at you in a
all
little
right,
bit,
yeah.
though.
And yeah, when you do get a chance, is it a good steady rain or is it like a torrential downpours? I mean, I see pockets in there where it really looks. I mean, I've seen even a lot of yellow and some of the red hues, which typically, like in summertime, those depict very, very heavy rainfall. All right, A1 Towing, the now infamous A1 Towing in Memphis, Tennessee. Apparently, that's just one of many predatory towing companies targeting truck drivers. A recent study by the American Transportation Research Institute shows they analyzed towing invoices from the years 21, 22, 23, and determined that 82.7% of trucking companies at some point in time experienced excessive rates from towing companies. 81.8% experienced unwarranted extra service charges. Many of the carriers surveyed also disclosed additional issues with towing companies, such as delayed truck and cargo releases or access, truck seizure without clause, unauthorized tows being reported as consensual. Trucking companies doing business in Arkansas oftentimes faced with the conundrum of overpaying for services provided or disappointing their customers and disrupting the supply chain. Shannon Newton, president of the Arkansas Trucking Association, says the vulnerability of a company when they need services and the lack of accountability for providers leads to excessive, unexpected cost to trucking companies. The American Transportation Research Institute has included strategies that trucking companies can use to maybe identify, deal with, or stay away from predatory towing practices on page 37 of the report. But we all know in the face of inflation, fuel prices, other rising expenses, the cost of operating the trucking companies at an all-time high right now. These unpredictable, unfair towing rates are unnecessarily contributing to those costs. People are going to continue to need goods, and trucks are going to continue to deliver them, which means these excessive towing fees ultimately are going to be passed on to the consumers. So what we need is to ensure fair towing practices to benefit carriers, shippers, and the consumers alike. I guess, valid point, like anything. When you incur additional costs, whether it's a portion of the big three, for GM, Stellantis with the new big contract, the increased cost of their bottom line. It's not like they're just going to absorb that. It's going to be reflected in higher cost for new vehicles. We all know. It's the nature of the beast. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Coming up in our next hour, Customs and Border Protection warning their agents in an internal security memo be on high alert after the Mexican military seized nearly a dozen improvised explosive devices, IEDs, near the border. More to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. One Democratic senator is comparing the flow of immigrants to the U.S. to a sold-out concert.
We are over capacity right now, and we have to control this.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Joe Manchin of West Virginia said it's become dangerous to let more people enter the country. Manchin defined dangerous as only being able to screen a small percentage of those crossing the border every day. Manchin announced in November he's not running for re-election, prompting speculation he may run for president as a third-party candidate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has expressed shock and heartbreak following the IDF's accidental killing of 3 hostages held by Hamas. Despite the tragedy, Netanyahu affirmed that Israel would persist with its military invasion of Gaza. Military officials acknowledged that IDF troops fired upon the hostages on Friday, even though one was holding a white cloth. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen. The guided missile destroyer USS Carney effectively engaged the attacked drones in the Red Sea during the early hours with no reported damage to the ships and no injuries. GOP presidential hopeful Chris Christie slamming Republican rival for her favorable comments about former President Trump.
Nikki Haley should be ashamed of herself, and she's part of the problem. She's enabling him by saying to people, it's okay.
Speaking on CNN State of the Union, the former New Jersey governor noted Haley said that Trump is fit to be president in a recent interview. Christie also ripped Republicans in Congress who he accused of endorsing Trump for their own political career. Christie added that Trump is getting worse every day, noting that the former president is claiming immigrants are poisoning America. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Officials say the investigation into anti-Semitism on college campuses is not over. On Friday, House Education Committee Chair Virginia Fox said they're continuing to investigate claims of rising anti-Semitism at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT. She also said there will be an investigation into other colleges as well, naming Columbia and Cornell. No injuries are reported after heavy rain and high winds battered much of the eastern coast, especially on Florida Saturday. Weather officials say several Florida cities, notably among them Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando, felt the worst of the storm. The system is now expected to move north along the coast of the Carolinas and potentially reach as far as New England. Rudy Giuliani says he will certainly appeal the verdict in his defamation case.
Possibly will move for a new trial. Certainly will appeal. I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly. And the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
The case awarded nearly $150 million to former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for targeting them with defamatory statements in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Pope Francis is celebrating his 87th birthday by holding a Sunday audience at the Vatican where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we get another hour up and running. As we close out the weekend, welcome. It's a Monday. Hey, but it's only 1 week till Christmas. We will not be live next Monday morning as the entire country. Ever notice that? Christmas morn, you tune up and down the radio. Everywhere you turn, it's pretty much non-stop Christmas music. Yeah, for at least 24 hours. Hey, but welcome in. Scotty just sent me a story. Now, Scotty's been a avid card, like sports, football, baseball, card collector for many, many years. And I guess a story from late last week out of California that says some of the rarest vintage baseball cards from the 1920s discovered in a closet by a Northern California resident cleaning out his father's home. The incredible collection of pre-war baseball cards found in an early 1900s Pedro cut-plug tobacco tin. The century-old collection of rare baseball cards will be sold by Auction Monthly. But stored in an old tobacco tin by Ed, a longtime Northern California collector. He started collecting baseball cards when he was a kid in Oakland during the early 1920s. Ed would often receive baseball cards from his uncles as gifts, like many of those who grew up in the Depression. My dad and members of his family, they didn't throw anything away. Yeah, when I was young, elementary school age, I remember my father showing me the cards and the tin they were in, but I couldn't believe what was inside the old tobacco tin when I first opened the lid and noticed more than 600 pre-war baseball cards, all well preserved in the box. I mean, I was surprised to see iconic names like Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Walter Johnson, Christy Mathewson. I started to imagine what it was like to be a kid in the 20s, chasing the game's greats of the time. But the highlight of this amazing find is the unique variety of vintage Babe Ruth cards and hundreds of rare Hall of Famers. It was a great selection of century-old baseball cards, including tobacco, strip, and caramel cards. And I was digging deeper into the tin. I noticed several cards from the 1919 Black Sox team. And then I pulled the Shoeless Joe Jackson card, a very rare find. The 1919 Chicago White Sox were nicknamed Black Sox for being involved in the greatest scandal in baseball history. One of the greatest hitters of all time, Shoeless Joe Jackson, was part of the legendary Black Sox team. Anyway, the tobacco tin filled with many different types of pre-war cards from the 1920s, including strip baseball cards from 1919 to 1923, rare 1924 to 26 Z-Nuts cards that were distributed on the West Coast, many vintage baseball cards that collectors are always on the hunt for. 1919 to 21, Shoeless Joe Jackson, nearly every player from the iconic 1919 Black Sox team. The 1921 National Caramel Babe Ruth, 22 American Caramel Babe Ruth, bunch of other Babe Ruths. Ty Cobb, 1921 Ty Cobb, 1920 W519 George Sisler. Now, looking at the photograph from this collection, it looks like many of those cards are in pretty rough shape, pretty bad shape. They're by no means pristine, but is that to even come across one of those cards, I'm guessing it's worth something for its sheer age? Is that it?
I'm going to say those cards are well loved. They were well played with.
Right.
Because like I said, I blew the picture up and looked at it, and yeah, they're pretty rough. They're probably, even grading a 1 or a 2. The Shoeless Joe Jackson is probably I would say probably $1 million, $1.5 million. And then the caramel backs are real rare. But the reason the Shoeless Joe is so rare is after the Black Sox scandals, they most of the cards were destroyed, kind of like the Honus Wagner. He didn't want his card associated with the tobacco, so they brought a lot of those back, and they didn't actually get out. And then, like I said, it don't say anywhere in that article what that's worth, but I'm gonna guess, I'd say there's probably $5 to $10 million worth of cards.
Wow,
and 600 cards there.
Even in that much played with condition. I mean, because a lot of dog ears, and some of them have tears and pieces missing on them. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course those cards didn't take much to take and get the corners rounded. They were the cardboard, and plus they were in a tobacco pack, a lot of them, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what all that brings at auction. That auction house there, I'd never seen them actually do baseball cards. Usually it's I can't remember the other one that does it all the time, but the Honus Wagner, it's gone for what, $6 to $8 million. It's been traded off I don't know how many different times. But yeah, I thought, man, that'd be a heck of a find. Those Babe Ruth cards, even the 33 Gowdy Babe Ruth in like a 3, bring $500,000 to $1 million. So, and that's 1920s, 21, 22. Like I said, the caramel back, what it is it's just the back of the card. When they say caramel, it'll actually say caramel on the back of it. And there was different variations. But
and many of those cards almost look like they're like, what would you call it? Like a cartoon animated, like it's not a real picture almost.
Right. Yeah, that's there was it's a likeness of them. The Babe Ruth and everything. Trying to think. Like I said, the Gowdies and the tobacco card were all they weren't real pictures back then.
Mm-hmm.
Just likenesses. But like I said, I'd sure like to have been the one that found that. They've got a new product just come out this last week, and there's a $500,000 bounty on a Tom Brady autographed card. And like I said, it's a brand new product, and it's Tom Brady when he got drafted by the Montreal Expos back in whatever year it was. Card prices have fallen since 2020 when they got real stupid, but then there's still some out there that are just bringing ridiculous prices. And Tom Brady signed 81 cards out of this product, and most of them will go for probably $1,000, $2,000 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Because Brady just don't sign a whole lot. But Tom Brady was actually drafted by the Montreal Expos in baseball, and on the front of the card it says, well, if I can't make it in football, I can always play baseball or something like that. But
I guess at the time, little did they know what he was going to become. 7 rings, right? Seven.
Yeah. But he didn't get drafted till the 6th round. And just like this Brock Purdy for 49ers. He was Mr. Irrelevant. And you're seeing a lot of the quarterbacks that are coming from way down in the draft that are actually pretty damn good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I read an article the other day, and I think you're going to see when it comes to the next draft, you're going to see a lot of teams taking defensive guys, and you're not going to see there's not going to be top tier quarterbacks. because they can get them for cheaper and they're better. Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy's only making $800,000 a year right now, and look what he's doing with the 49ers. You know, but I mean, he'll get a payday, but he ain't gonna get a Shohei Ohtani payday. Did you see that? $700 million.
Yeah. I mean, when I saw that, and I forget who I was talking to about that. I said I mean, he's out. I guess he can't pitch in 24 from some sort of an elbow injury. I mean, you sign a contract. It's kind of like the Joe Burrow thing. You sign a $275 million contract, and he gets hurt before he played the first damn game.
Right. You know, I mean, of course, that's kind of a shady contract. They're deferring $68 million a year until after this 10-year contract. You only get $2 million trying to stay under the salary cap. You know, which, you know, these big contracts are given. You know, it's hurting these teams. Just like the Chiefs, you know, with giving Mahomes what they did, they're having a hard time finding money that they can pay good players. I mean, you got to be able to pay a center, you know, to snap the ball, and you know they're going to have a hard time, you know, getting receivers. You know, these guys are going to take and go to other teams, you know, where they can get a payday because the Chiefs cannot afford to pay it, and then the Dodgers, they're not going to be able to afford to take anybody else around him, and he's nothing but a designated hitter is all he's going to be. You know, he's not going to take and pitch, you know, for 10 years. And at best, he's going to be a relief pitcher. You know, I mean, there's a very few people that's, you know, gone through Tommy John surgery 2 times and have gone on to do much more, you know. I mean, 1, you know, you can recover from it, but, you know, 2, you know, he's a liability for that kind of money. You know, the Dodgers are stupid for paying that. But, you know.
So you said they're deferring a lot of that toward, is because there's a salary cap? Is there a salary cap in baseball or no?
Yeah, they have a salary cap. You know, they got to keep under a certain amount of money, or they got to end up paying a luxury tax. You know, in baseball, if they go over that, they got to pay a big luxury tax. And the Dodgers have been over it. They got one of the higher salaries, you know, but they're saying that Ohtani's contract, what he's making in a year, is more than what there's 8 teams that their whole damn salary for the whole team is less than what he's making in 1 year.
Wow.
You know, so I mean, there's teams out there that's only paying, you know, their whole team is $30-some million a year. But, you know, it's ridiculous. It just, I mean, I'm glad these guys get that kind of money, but, you know, I think the Dodgers tickets right now, the cheap seats are $500 a piece now. You know, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, you know, we can go to Great American Ballpark and still get, you know, good seats opening day for $40.
Yep.
You know, that year we all went, that's what those tickets were, $40. You know, but you see these big teams, you know, these teams that are paying these big salaries, you're not going to get seats on the wall, you know, in the outfield, you know, for less than $500 at Dodger Stadium now. You know, I mean, well, I think I've seen where the Carolina Panthers, you know, their seats are going for $1 a piece right now. Did you see that article? They can't give the tickets away.
I saw photos like 10, 15 minutes before. Was that the Falcons and who they played over the weekend? The stands were empty and they said tickets.
Yeah, they paid they played the Panthers.
Tickets going for $4 or something.
But, yeah. Yeah. I tell you, it's pretty sad. You know, I mean, even, you know, the Cardinals this year, they were not good, you know, but they still, you know, put over 3 million people in the seats over the whole year. You know, I mean, and it's a shame that, you know, they don't support their team when they're that bad. You know, I mean that the players, they have no morale and they look and see, you know, 300 people in the seats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but anyway. Well, I guess that storm down there in Florida wreaked havoc on the cruise ships.
I was looking at some of the posts from the Carnival Cruise Friends where I guess over the Friday and Saturday night said the Valor was in like 10 to 15 foot seas and there was supposed to be 20 foot waves out there over the weekend.
Yeah.
Talk about rocking and rolling.
Yeah. I don't think we ever had that, even with the first cruise with Hurricane Wilma. I know that one cruise we had 20-some feet swells, but it wasn't, like it was on the Liberty then. But, the celebration, and they was having two ships coming into Miami that was delayed, and one into Tampa that was delayed, and the one in Charleston was sitting down somewhere waiting to get in, too. So I guess that was a pretty bad storm.
A lot of wind and rough seas,
Yeah. But, that's what you get with these cold fronts and stuff, though. I mean, anytime, after October going, and we've done it many, many years, we've had rough seas coming back into Florida.
Yep.
Come out of, nice weather down there, even like it's hurricane season, but then not even a hurricane, but you get into the cold fronts and, but one more thing. You was talking about that CRST deal, and they're wanting to get paid to be in the sleeper berth. I've ran team before, and the team drivers, they split, so much a mile, and the person in the sleeper is actually getting paid, while he's going down the road. So say, splitting 80 cents a mile.
Yeah.
So, the person driving gets 40 and the person in the back gets 40. And, then when they switch, I mean, you're making 40 cents a damn mile, for every mile that truck turns, even though you're sleeping. I don't understand whether this class action lawsuit has any merit at all.
Okay.
I mean, and then when the truck's sitting still, that's on the company to take and, charge, in pulling a tanker, we call it demurrage pay, but the detention pay, that's 2 hours. And, if you charge it to the shipper or the receiver, they're bound to pay it. They got to pay it. So I don't understand where they're saying they need to get paid after 8 hours in the sleeper berth. I mean, and where they're not paying them for sitting there.
Yeah.
But if the truck's moving, both drivers are getting paid.
Okay. I was a little confused about that myself. I didn't understand. Because it made it that made it sound like for the driver that's in the sleeper, maybe up to 16 hours, like they may go 16 hours without getting paid. So that's not the case.
If the truck's moving, both drivers are getting paid. But if the truck's sitting still, they should be charging the shipper or the receiver a detention time. But I mean, okay, if they're sitting there waiting on a load, now that's a different story. I mean, there's not many companies that take they'll pay you what they call a layover, and it's just a small, $50 a day, $100 a day, whatever it is. I mean, if I sit somewhere for a day, it's $150, but I don't ever sit.
Yeah.
But I don't understand that. I just listen to you read the article. I'm sitting there thinking, they should be paying them if they're sitting in a dock, but the thing I heard about that article when you read it though is, you're training with a trainer for 4 months, and then they're putting two brand new guys in the truck, which we've talked about that for years. Literally you got brand new guys with less than 4 months experience riding down the road together.
Two newbies who may have never driven in winter driving conditions and have no clue.
Yeah. Which is what we see nowadays with these big pileups and stuff like that. That's the problem out here is there's too many drivers out there with no experience, and these companies, they tell them they got to go, and they go.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I get an inch of snow on the ground, road gets covered, I'm done. But I've been doing it way too many years to take it even. But I don't trust anybody else. I trust myself, but I'm not I don't trust anybody else. I mean, you posted that one video the other day where that one driver was doing, 20, 30 mile an hour with chains on it, everybody flying by him. You know, and that's what causes these pilots out here. You know, people just don't slow down for it. They don't know. They don't know how to drive in it. You know, and a lot of them are from countries that they never seen snow.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, Grump brought that up last week. Never, I mean, literally come to this country, never in their entire life seen snow. And, I mean, later today is going to be the experience with some of these snow squalls as you're talking through the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley, then over to the East Coast. I mean, obviously, having had yet no wintry precipitation, there is no base of any sort of, ice melt or salt. You know, once you've had a few snows and you keep throwing salt, you always have that residual salt that helps melt things. It's always with that first snow of the season, and I don't care if it's just a quarter or a half an inch. As those vehicles are going over, it starts packing it in, and everybody starts slipping and sliding, and we're going to see some of that. I guarantee I'll come in tonight, share some of those stories about probably some pileups along some of those. I mentioned many major interstates today where these snow squalls will be impacting as this cold air comes rushing in out of Canada. All right, about a minute before news break. It is 844-844-3388. Take you quickly to California last week where authorities seized thousands of pounds of drugs from a semi's shipment of jalapeno paste. I mean, these cartels, they'll find a way to hide drugs in anything. And in this scenario, they shared photographs. These look like 40-gallon drums, all strapped together there, and they actually open the drums. There is a paste in there, nasty stuff, but all wrapped up in the cellophane, buried in those drums. Ultimately, nearly $10.5 million worth of drug, 349 packages. Methamphetamine, like 3,100 plus pounds, 522 pounds of cocaine, $10.5 million street value. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. In Tel Aviv on Saturday, a large gathering demanded a fresh hostage arrangement with Hamas, fueled by anger, grief, and escalating frustration following the acknowledgement of Israeli forces mistakenly killing 3 hostages. The spokesman emphasized that the soldiers perceived a threat and the tragic incident occurred in a combat zone. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham believes a border security deal won't happen until after the first of the year.
We feel like we're being jammed. We're not anywhere close to a deal.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Graham slammed President Biden's border policy, saying the president has obliterated the border. Pope Francis celebrated his 87th birthday today by holding Sunday audience at the Vatican, where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, even with hurricane season officially over, it's a busy, busy time of year for cruise interests. And as Scotty mentioned, that big storm that was in the Gulf of Mexico much of last week, then crossing Florida, now heading up the eastern seaboard. Yeah, throughout the Gulf and the Caribbean, man, a lot of folks were rocking and rolling out at sea. I saw from, I guess this would have been on, was it Saturday? One of the women that was on, which ship was she on? The Carnival Paradise. She said, if you can't dance or you don't know how to dance, thanks to the weather, we're all learning to do some form of the cha-cha slide. Slide to the left, now slide to the right. The crew on the ship's doing an amazing job of keeping us safe. Definitely enjoying the ride. Other folks we're talking about, let's see, one guy said, my wife and her friends are out on the Odyssey of the Sea, the Royal Caribbean. They left Aruba. Told that their stop in Coco Bay was canceled. They diverted them to Haiti instead. Captain came over the speaker system and told them, when we leave Haiti, we're going to head into some rough seas as we head toward Miami. So, yeah, a lot of ships out there rocking and rolling over the weekend. It can be a lot of fun, unless you happen to get motion sickness or you get seasick. A lot of folks probably weren't real pleased. Hillbilly, what's happening?
Did you say they were having 20-foot waves?
That was, yes, over the weekend, right out in the Gulf of Mexico, up to 20-foot waves.
Hooey! They say I imagine a lot of people are bouncing off the walls. That old boy that found them baseball cards, he literally found the winning lottery ticket, didn't he?
To say the least. I mean, if Scotty's assessment is right, and he's collected calls for many years, I'm just looking at the sheer number of cards. Yeah, 7 million. That's the lottery.
I mean, I've always heard that Shoeless Joe's one of the rarest baseball cards out there.
Mm-hmm.
Another name I never heard of, but everybody knows Shoeless Joe. But I mean, it's just can't imagine finding something like that in no shoebox or tin can. Man, I had a great weekend. My grandkids are all up, ages from 9 to 18 or 19, and when the 9-year-old granddaughter was sitting in her lap coloring, and all of a sudden she says, "Can I paint your fingernails?"
Oh boy!
Or color your fingernails. So I'm driving around with multicolored fingernails, and I dare anybody to say anything about it. You know what I'm saying? And the 18-year-old granddaughter, she's telling me she goes back home Wednesday. She's going to have her first actual date Thursday. I'm like, oh boy, let it begin.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Wow. I mean, at 18, that's a lot later than most young people these days.
Right. I mean, she's very conservative, and she's got a real good level head on her. She said this boy's been asking her for almost 6 months to go out with her. I'm like, well, is he worth it? And he's like, well, he's real smart, and I like him. I said, well, that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. But we went last night. We went down to Louisville to the Light Thunder Louisville. Anybody in that area, I very recommend it. It's $50 a car load, and we really enjoyed ourselves going through the caverns down there with the lights.
I had seen that on the you're actually kind of like driving through caves, right?
Well, it's an old limestone mine, what it is, and you drive through there, and one of the grandkids asked me, he says, "What's the numbers on the side of the wall there?" I said, "Well, when they were mining, if they got lost, they can sit there and look at that number there and figure out where they're at, where they can get out."
Okay.
Or something would happen, they knew where to go to. So it's just one of the little minor tricks I kind of learned when I was hauling limestone, and sometimes had to go down the mines to get a load of shot rock out.
Mm-hmm.
But had a really good weekend. This winter weather we're having, how much snow they predicted for us between Columbus and Cincinnati, Steve?
It's a winter weather advisory starting at like 10 o'clock Monday morning till 1 a.m. Tuesday. It's going to be the squalls. I mean, any squall can drop a quick quarter, half inch. They're saying probably up to an inch, and in some places, if you get numerous squalls, 1 to 2.
Okay, I'm kind of like you. It'll be the first snow that we've had, and you got to watch out for the idiots that don't know how to drive in it.
They'll be in the ditches and in the median all over the place.
I always worry about the ones in the big four-wheel drive pickup trucks think they can drive 90 miles per hour. That's great because you can get up to speed but try to stop.
Mm-hmm.
It don't happen real fast. Like I said, I'm going to have a long week because the grandkids are staying until Wednesday, so I'm enjoying them as much as I can before they go back to Owensboro.
Absolutely.
So, but everybody be safe this week, and I'll catch you later.
All right. Enjoy that time with family. The most wonderful time of the year, right? Isn't that what they say? It is 844-844-3388. All right. So you got a splash and go, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's got to get on a scale to go get loaded when I get loaded here. So we can't be too heavy. So we just got enough to get there and get back and be able to start again tomorrow. But, just had to make sure we didn't run the tank dry.
So you got the big storm over there. How ugly is it out there? I mean, it's probably just rain everywhere you look.
Oh yeah, it's good and steady right all along here, and it's, as you say, it's on the tall side of the green going into the yellow, and there's some heavier parts there that you might even been well into pink going towards red there a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, I don't know, the way I was looking at the AccuWeather radar there, it said by about this time of day it should be getting towards the end, and sometime by like 8-9 o'clock in the morning there it's supposed to be pretty much packed up and moved out of the mid-Atlantic Maryland area anyways, and headed up to be finishing up in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and that all 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how their AccuWeather radar gods did there. So we'll see, do give you, but yeah, it's been coming right down here good. And as I say, anywhere there could be standing water, there's standing water, and a lot of places where there normally isn't standing water, there's standing water. I come through one spot there, it was kind of low there, and it's one of those prone spots to have water in it. Usually I'll make a little splash, you can see in the mirrors, usually a little splash off the wheels or something, and mine not only had a splash off the wheels, I had water go forward and come right over the front of the hood and up over the windshield, and the car that was beside me, I don't know, I think they were thinking it was a tsunami or something going on, because they might have gotten all waterlogged out, because they quit moving after that. They didn't continue on. They come to a stop, and not an abrupt stop, but they come to a stop. So I don't know if they got flooded out, then got flooded out, or what happened. But it was a little deeper than I anticipated going through, and we hit it a little bit more speed than what you should have if you knew the water was that deep. But as I say, didn't know it was that deep, and got one of those big Texas square bumpers on the front of this truck, and it does work about like a snowplow. So when I know the bumper was in the water, and that's what shoved all the water right up over the hood there. So we definitely got a little extra cooling in the radiator that way. But anyways, there. So somebody made mention about your modulation this morning, and I started out listening with the Facebook, and it was its normal volume, normal modulation, and somewhere along the way there, the modulation went all crazy, and it was getting all distorted and broken. I think it was when Scarecrow was on the line with you there, just before he had to stop and get his motivation juice, and the modulation, I had to turn the volume way down to try to get it so it wasn't distorted too bad, and the Android app is back to being really low again, because right now I can have the Android app on. Let's see, I can turn it all the way up, and I'm not having any problem talking over top of it, and really don't even hear it while I'm talking to you. So that's it kind of bothers me if I stop talking, but as I say, it's not loud enough to even interfere with the call. I'm sure my microphone wouldn't even pick it up for you to hear it. So, but anyways, so I don't know what's up with your. I don't know. We'll have to ask the Rumble people. Maybe somebody. I haven't gotten the Rumble thing figured out yet to try the Rumble way yet. But we'll have to look into that maybe a little bit. But other than that, we're just waiting for the morning to come up here. But hey, will tell you there. You talked about how this was an odd storm, and temperatures back up to 60 degrees now. Been bouncing anywhere from here at 60 down to about 58 and back up here. But we either had one of them Gilead meteors or we had lightning here, because there was a pretty good flash in the sky. So I think we might even be getting some thunder and lightning going on with this storm as well as that. But I don't know. What'd you say?
I think they said you could see some of that, some very rare rumbles of thunder here in December. Yes, doesn't happen often.
Yep. So we had that. And you said they were the Gilead or Geminid?
Geminid. Get it right. Geminid. Yes.
Geminid. Yeah. Yes. All right. We'll get that figured out one of these days. Maybe next year we'll get it straightened out. I don't know. We'll have to see. Other than that, that's about what we can report to you for right now there. So just a good day for ducks. Quack, quack.
Yep. Ducks and frogs. Take your pick, right? Anything that likes a lot of water. Thank you much. Have a great morning. Let me take quickly down to our southern border where Customs and Border Protection agents, I guess some media outlet, Fox News, apparently came across an internal security memo telling them to be on high alert after the Mexican military seized nearly a dozen IEDs, improvised explosive devices, near the border. Mexican authorities found the IEDs after a Tucson Border Patrol agent reported gunshots near the border, leading to the arrest of an individual on the U.S. side of the border who was armed with an AK-47. Law enforcement sources also provided the outlet with an internal officer safety alert bearing the date December 13, so last week, which reportedly warned agents, exercise extreme caution, report any possible armed subjects approaching the border with possible explosive devices. CBP spokesperson in an emailed statement said that the agency cannot comment on the information contained in leaked communications, but added the sector routinely provide officer safety alerts to notify them of potential dangers in the field and remind them to maintain vigilance. A spokesman confirmed on December 13, Tucson border agents encountered an armed individual on the U.S. side who lowered his weapon to the ground and gestured to the Mexico side of the boundary, where multiple additional armed subjects were located. Multiple aircraft and special ops agents responded to the scene, the spokesperson adding that no injuries were reported on the U.S. side. It's not the first time there have been reports of explosive devices found near the U.S.-Mexico border. The FBI recently expressing great concern for some people crossing the border may pose a terror threat. Back at the end of October, a group of Republican senators who toured the border area said that some illegal crossers indeed were caught carrying explosives that seemed designed for terror attacks. Later, Senator Chuck Grassley sounded the alarm on the potential national security threat posed by bomb-carrying drones near the border. These drones are used by the cartels to carry out targeted assassinations and violent attacks by dropping explosives in Mexico to monitor and gain reconnaissance of the movements of U.S. border agents and other U.S. law enforcement and track the progress of their smugglers' illegal crossing into the U.S. Of course, last month, FBI Director Christopher Wray told lawmakers, while the terrorism threat has been elevated through the entire year, the outbreak of the Israel-Hamas war, raising the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole another level. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what do you say? Back at it on a Monday. Had one other tidbit in regards to those illegals crossing our southern border. Who was it that used to say, you know what really burns my biscuits? I remember that term. I can't remember the caller's name, but you might say this, you know what really chaps my you-know-what? These individuals coming to this country, supposedly in most cases, for a better way of life, right? Coming from a third world shish kebab hole, impoverished, can't even put food on the table to feed the kids and whatnot. But to come into this country and then try to complain that the food they're being served for free at the American taxpayer dollar expense isn't good enough and literally throwing the food away. Yeah, that's what we've got. New York City asylum seekers are rejecting the free meals provided at the shelters, deeming them bad. Some choosing to throw it away and cook in their rooms instead. This revelation follows the recent disclosure that thousands of taxpayer-funded meals for asylum seekers are wasted on a daily basis, as reported by the New York Post. DocGo, D-O-C-G-O, awarded a $432 million no-bid contract for migrant services, receives up to $33 per day per asylum seeker. Internal records reveal that a company serving meals to migrants in the city threw away over 70,000 meals between October 22nd and November 22nd. The discarded food during this period would cost taxpayers approximately $776,000. They spoke to a 31-year-old migrant from Venezuela, Jesus Alberto, who stated, without lying, it's bad. Meals at the Big Apple's Roosevelt Hotel mega shelter, including pancakes and tortillas for breakfast, sandwiches for lunch, dinners including chicken Alfredo and chicken with spaghetti. 23-year-old Johanna Roa, a 23-year-old migrant mom, described the breakfast as too sweet for her daughter. Nothing healthy about this apart from eggs and fruit, apples and oranges. No oats. She admits to using a rice cooker in her room to prepare meals. Another said there's a lot of food left over because people eat in their rooms. Many prefer buying food on the street due to the better taste and variety. Migrants observed by the Post bringing groceries into the Roosevelt, including strollers loaded with Cheerios, cornflakes, chips, and bread, pasta. One mother living at the Roosevelt for 7 months now mentioned the cold breakfast and lunch is just unfit for consumption. The breakfast and lunch, so cold we can't eat it. It gets thrown in the trash. City Hall responded to the Post inquiry about the immigrants complaining, stated, we take the health and safety of migrants in our care very seriously. That includes providing them with proper nutritional meals. The Department of Housing and Preservation and Development claimed a 93% migrant meal consumption rate, which contradicts the logs from DocGo. The DocGo spokesperson mentioned the cost of all meals is passed through directly to the city without any markup, and the majority of the meals are procured through nonprofits. Yeah, minority and women-owned caterers and other small businesses. Okay. You get a free meal and you're going to snarl your nose at it, throw it in the trash. About a minute before news break. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, what are they expecting? You know, caviar and filet mignon for dinner? It's 844-844-3388. Just enough time to maybe break this down. We'll get back to, looks like Dingbats Online. Knucklebuster will be checking in. And who is that? Philip, I believe, here on a Monday. We'll get the lowdown how ugly the weekend was there in Florida. Yes, police investigating after a female team driver found deceased in an extended sleeper cab behind the Waffle House in Calhoun, Georgia, late Thursday afternoon. Now, the photo, this is a nice truck, a big-time extended sleeper cab. Again, parked behind the Waffle House. According to WRGA News, the woman was not local to the area. She may have been part of a team driving operation. Calhoun police contacted the GBI crime scene unit to investigate the incident. Something kind of off here. Somebody missing, right? The woman has not been identified. Cause of death not yet determined, but it's an ongoing investigation. But if it was a team operation, where's the other is, I guess, the bigger question. We'll get a news break there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A Texas congressman says the Senate and the White House will have to sweeten the current border security deal to get an aid package for Ukraine and Israel through the House.
The root of the issue is labeling cartels as terrorist organizations, and the other piece is holding these smugglers accountable that cause damage and kill Americans.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, GOP Congressman Tony Gonzalez acknowledged that what the Senate and White House want is much different from what the House wants. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas have been spending the weekend meeting with a bipartisan group of 3 senators over border security. Gonzalez criticized the White House for not having President Biden or Vice President Harris meeting with the senators. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has issued a travel advisory as a major storm impacts the region. Forecasters say strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding are likely from the mid-Atlantic to New England. Adams is urging people to stay home with hazardous conditions expected to affect travel through Monday. One Senate Democrat says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is undermining a vision of peace.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been an exceptionally difficult partner.
Delaware Senator Chris Coons said on CBS's Face the Nation that President Biden and most of Congress want a 2-state solution with Israel and an independent Palestinian nation. Coons agrees with the U.S. standing strong with Israel after the October 7th Hamas attack. However, he also wants more humanitarian aid, more to avoid civilian casualties. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen. The guided missile destroyer USS Carney engaged the attacked drones in the Red Sea during the early hours with no reported damage to the ship and no injuries. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Officials say the investigation into anti-Semitism on college campuses is not over. On Friday, House Education Committee Chair Virginia Fox said they're continuing to investigate claims of rising anti-Semitism at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT. She also said there will be an investigation into other colleges as well, naming Columbia and Cornell. No injuries are reported after heavy rain and high winds battered much of the eastern coast, especially on Florida Saturday. Weather officials say several Florida cities, notably among them Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando, felt the worst of the storm. The system is now expected to move north along the coast of the Carolinas and potentially reach as far as New England. Rudy Giuliani says he will certainly appeal the verdict in his defamation case.
Possibly will move for a new trial. Certainly will appeal. I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly. And the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
The case awarded nearly $150 million to former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for targeting them with defamatory statements in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Pope Francis is celebrating his 87th birthday by holding a Sunday audience at the Vatican where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I guess on a fairly regular basis, we talk about this push to go green in America. Mandates trying to force the American consumer to ditch the internal combustion engine, buy your electric vehicle. Even with problems that continue to mount. One quick footnote there. I think there was a clarification over the weekend. Last week, Tesla recalled nearly every vehicle so they could do the software update. They did say that the Tesla semi-trucks were not a part of that recall, apparently. But back to where we are. Obviously, our friends north of the border, Justin Trudeau, he's all on the Green New Deal bandwagon. Green. Canada expects to announce this week that all new cars will have to be zero emissions by 2035. According to a government source, as Ottawa is set to unveil new regulations and the latest example of countries around the world pushing for electrification. Now, in this country, northern tier of the country, we know electric vehicles struggle mightily when the temperatures get bitterly cold. A full charge that might get you 280 miles on a normal day, literally potentially cut in half if the exterior temperature is, say, 20 below zero. Last I checked, it gets a hell of a lot colder in Canada than it does even here. How's that going to work for our Canadian friends? You deal with a lot of winter driving. The new rules, known as the Electric Vehicle Availability Standard, will help ensure supply is available to the Canadian market and shorten the wait times to get an electric vehicle. According to the Reuters News confirming earlier reports, the Canadian provinces of British Columbia and Quebec already have the same regulated sales target. Zero-emission vehicles, which include battery electric, plug-in, and hydrogen models, must represent 20% of all new car sales in 2026, 60% by 2030, and 100% by 2035. Officials of Canada's Environment Ministry declined comment. Global electric vehicle sales now make up about 13% of vehicle sales, likely to rise to between 40 and 45% of the market by the end of the decade, according to the Paris-based International Energy Agency. Now, in the U.S., the Republican-led House voted earlier this month to bar the Biden administration from moving forward with their stringent vehicle emission regulations that would result in 67% of new vehicles being electric by 2032. Now, of course, the White House says they will veto that legislation. The market leader, Tesla, sold 325,000 and some odd vehicles in the U.S. during the first half of this year. General Motors' Chevrolet brand was a distant second at a mere 34,943, trailed by Ford, Hyundai, and Rivian. It is 844-844-3388. Oh, the lovely Dingbat, it says. Hello, Dingbat.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on?
Nothing. I gotta be quiet because Brain Dead's listening.
Oh, yeah.
I think I need to return this Christmas present back.
So we all ready for the big day next? Can you believe next Monday? It's almost Christmas, Dingbat.
It is. Unfortunately, he has to work. I don't.
Oh.
He goes in. Yep. But did you hear about we had another FedEx trailer that got broken into.
Really?
Yep. He went the same route as the truck driver of the previous one went, and he got robbed again. So.
Now, is that where they stopped him literally in the middle of the street, opened the trailer, and just started just stealing what they could get?
It was a delivery truck.
Okay, rather than a tractor trailer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't believe it. It's crazy because you know me, I work for FedEx. The things that you see on the ramp is unbelievable. Then when you hear another trailer got broken into, it's like, wow, what are they doing? Was they not securing the load right or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm just here, just chilling at home.
Did they say how much merchandise the thieves were able to get away with? Did they empty? Obviously, there's going to be a bunch of Christmas presents not getting under the tree in time.
Right. There's no telling. It's that time of year that everything gets stolen.
Well, otherwise, you have a good weekend, Dingbat? Everything going all right?
I did. I was just chilling at home. Letting Brain Dead do his thing at work,
Yeah.
Doing those groceries.
Uh-huh.
So, other than that, just chilling at the house.
Everybody going to be heading out to the grocery at the last minute to get those. We've got a list of stuff we got to get for our Christmas.
Here.
We don't do the big Christmas dinner thing, like the ham and all that. We just do the finger foods, shrimp tray. Daughter will make the bagel dip, cheese dip for the bagels and finger food. Fruit tray, vegetable tray, cheese.
We got some good pranks for his family, for a good prank to do.
Oh,
I'll
yeah?
tell you that later on.
Okay.
But just want to call in, check in.
Well, good to hear from you. Enjoy that final mad rush this week for all those packages. Peak season for sure. All right, looking at, I was kind of checking out as we close out another weekend in NFL action with the Colts beating the Steelers 30-13 in the second of the Saturday games, along with the Bengals winning earlier over the Vikings. The AFC playoff picture. Bengals going to 8-6 have moved them up to the number 6 seed. And the Colts also going 8-6 have put them at the number 7 seed. The Texans dropped to the number 8 spot with the loss. The Steelers now at 7-7 drop all the way down to the number 11 spot. So as it stands, before the third and final Saturday game, Baltimore Ravens, again, AFC side. Ravens at number 1. You got the Dolphins versus the number 7 Colts. Number 3 versus number 6 Bengals. Chiefs versus Bengals. Jaguars versus Browns. I thought next Saturday the Bengals played the Steelers, I believe. I think they're a week ahead on the Bengals Chiefs because that's 2 weeks from now, I do believe. It is 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster.
Yeah, morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Oh, I just got pulled in the way station over here in West Arkansas, so I'm rolling on through now. What do them immigrants expect? Gordon Ramsay to come cook for them?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah, they'd probably like that. I might like that myself, but he want me to pay for him. I'm going to have to buy me one of them towels if they're real absorbent there, because I need something that'll dry Ziggy. That golden retriever of mine, he's so hairy, you can't get him dry, not right on the first bat. So I read with that mother of 6 there, 6-year-old who's got that teacher in Virginia. She got 2 years in prison for child neglect. See? I bet she wished she had owned a gun safe for her, right?
Yeah, that would be affirmative.
Yeah, absolutely there. Yeah, we got some bad news going on up there at the Capitol, too, there. It was rocked by a gay sex tape scandal after a video of 2 men engaged in an explicit sex act in the Senate hearing room.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Babylon Bee said them Capitol janitors deep cleaned the Senate chamber with flamethrowers, Steve. I won't call on names of them gay people up there that you know, like Secretary Booty Hole, and I don't think I've ever approved of Lindsey Graham, but he never got married either, so I don't know there. So, you know, I woke up one morning, Steve, and I decided, you know, I'm tired of making my own decisions. I'll let somebody else control my life. That's why I married Tennessee. And Tennessee tells me I'm wrong all the time. So I guess Horse Feathers, he took a play out of a Tennessee playbook just to tell me I'm wrong there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll let him get away with it this time there. So, well, this was from yesterday. December the 17th in 1903, the Wright brothers made their first flight over there in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. God, look what we got today, Steve. All because 2 brothers from Ohio decided that they could do something there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read that a car plowed into a vehicle in Biden's motorcade near Delaware campaign headquarters over there. I don't know. I think they hit the wrong vehicle there myself. They didn't hit the one he was riding in. Today is National Twins Day. So I give a big shout out to both of my daughters there. So they're not identical; they're fraternal twins there. So and it's also Answer the Telephone like Buddy the Elf Day. I don't even know who the hell Buddy the Elf is. Do you?
I certainly do. Yes, I know who Buddy the Elf is.
Oh, okay. Well, you can answer the phone like that there. And I also read that Clarence the Angel took Gavin Newsom to Florida to show him what California would look like if he had never been born. And that's all my bull on it for right now, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great morning. We'll try to get one more call in before the final hour.
Here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Looking at, I just talking about the cruise lines. I just came across from some of the folks that were on Royal Caribbean. Apparently, numerous ships that were slated to come back into port over the weekend in Florida ended up being delayed. And I mean, you talk about major headaches. You've got your flights, all prearranged, so your flights canceled. Whatever your transportation plans were, everything gets thrown out the window when you show up a day later. First, they say Royal Caribbean cannot control the weather. A captain's first responsibility is to keep his crew and guests safe. By doing that, sometimes they have to go a different route to keep everyone out of harm's way. This was, I guess, a copy of the memo that was placed under all the guest room doors over the weekend. Dear guest, as previously announced by our captain along with our chief meteorologist, we've been monitoring the inclement weather due to the adverse weather and high seas. We will now be arriving in Miami at 11:15 a.m. Sunday, yesterday. This is a cruise that was supposed to have arrived on Saturday. We kindly ask you stick to your departure group to ensure a smooth, seamless transition to your homeward journey. All guests will need to be cleared with Customs and Border Protection to make sure that you have your travel documents handy until you're clear at Customs. I guess they opened up internet access free to everyone because they have to make airline, hotel arrangements. As far as flights are concerned, I guess trying to help people out. If you purchased your flights with our Air to Sea team, they will automatically adjust your flights and send you a confirmation via email. If you purchased your air independently, please contact your air carrier directly. We recommend adjusting your flights to depart no earlier than 3:30 p.m. from Miami, 4:30 p.m. from Fort Lauderdale. We will cover any air change fees up to $200 for domestic travel, up to $400 for international travel per person. So helping to try take care of the airline fees and changes, but yeah, a lot of folks dealt with a little bit of a headache over the weekend. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So after speaking with Captain Ron a little bit earlier in the program, he made it sound like it wasn't too bad in his neck of the woods in Florida over the weekend. How about you, Philip? Did you get kind of rough and tumble there, or not too bad?
I was pretty bad. I mean, when I left work from Walmart on Saturday, it got really rough there a little bit in the afternoon, and then at night it got a little bit more rougher. I mean, it was a lot more between probably like midnight and 4 o'clock in the morning. It was bad. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. The thing that kind of saved us with that storm was they had the way the winds were running. They didn't change around until the last minute toward the morning time, so we didn't get any tornadoes. They were forecasting for tornadoes and all kinds of stuff for us, and that didn't happen. And it didn't happen because the way the wind shifted from going to, the east to the south. And that's what saved us. But, I mean, it was bad. It was a lot of rain. We probably got 5 to 8 inches, something like that, where I live at.
Wow, that's a lot of rain.
But it is a lot of rain. It was quite a bit, and it's kind of funny. In the city I live in, there's a lot of retention ponds because, we have a lot of low-lying areas, and those retention ponds, they filled up pretty daggone quick. I know there's a lot of people that are living in my town that they got the water right up to their back door right now. So it's one of those things. And I know up north, y'all are getting it pretty good too. Y'all going to get any snow off of that, Steve, or is that the system coming across the middle that's going to get y'all?
I mean, we got nothing like flooding rains. We got some rain Saturday night into Sunday morning. Now the cold air kind of sweeping in, and we got our first winter weather advisory. They're saying maybe up to an inch, 1 to 2 for some areas. We're going to have some of those snow squalls pushing through.
Yeah, that's what the weather was we got. It was kind of like a gale to me. It wasn't, it was kind of reminding me of a tropical storm, but you could tell by the way the wind was, the gusts and everything. It wasn't like a tropical storm or a hurricane as far as the wind goes. The wind was very erratic. I think our highest gust that we had was about 50. But, Friday and Saturday, we had really good wind on those days. It was bad. And not to change the subject, Steve, but did you hear about Anheuser-Busch possibly going on strike in February?
I have not seen that, really.
Yeah, I was reading an article over the weekend that the Teamsters have okayed for them to go on strike. Their contract it won't be February, it'll be close to March. Their contract runs out at the end of February. And they're talking possibly 5,000 Teamsters going on strike.
Ooh.
And the union has okayed it. They went through and put everything in place last week. And I tell you what, if they get that on top of this Bud Light situation that they had this year, that could be pretty financially distressing for that company. If that union goes on strike. And from what I'm gathering, it's over wages and health and welfare benefits.
Okay.
So just have to pay attention and see what's happening with that. Steve, do you remember a guy that came to the Mid-America Truck Show that you had an interview with? His name was Bruce Wilson.
That does kind of ring a bell. Was he? He was one of.
He's kind of like
one of the YouTube guys, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a YouTube influencer, what they call him, but basically he's got a channel on YouTube that everybody watches. He does Will It Starts, and he does things with trucks and different things. He sells tractors and does all kinds of things. Well, he's been on this kick here lately, and the reason I'm mentioning this is he's been on this kick here lately about Scania trucks, and he went actually over to their facility in Sweden. And, he took the tour of the factory, and they put him on a test track with their trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something interesting that I've seen, and I want a lot of folks out there, if they got a chance to look at YouTube, and I'm not trying to promote his channel, it's just something that I've seen in his video.
Something to check out. Well, hold that thought, Philip. We've got to get our news break. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. In Tel Aviv on Saturday, a large gathering demanded a fresh hostage arrangement with Hamas, fueled by anger, grief, and escalating frustration following the acknowledgement of Israeli forces mistakenly killing 3 hostages. The spokesman emphasized that the soldiers perceived a threat and the tragic incident occurred in a combat zone. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham believes a border security deal won't happen until after the first of the year.
We feel like we're being jammed. We're not anywhere close to a deal.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Graham slammed President Biden's border policy, saying the president has obliterated the border. Pope Francis celebrated his 87th birthday today by holding Sunday audience at the Vatican, where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, did a quick search here, and yeah, Anheuser-Busch, I guess that word came out over the weekend. And thanks for the heads up, Philip. 99% of roughly 5,000 Teamsters working across the company's 12 U.S. breweries indeed voted to authorize a strike, according to the Saturday news release from the Teamsters. Of course, these breweries produce some of the most popular beer brands in the country: Budweiser, Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, Busch Beer. The union said they want an agreement that improves wages, protects jobs, and secures health care and retirement benefits for its members. Current agreement expires February 29. In a statement from General President Sean O'Brien, he says, quote, if Anheuser-Busch's executives can't get their act together to negotiate an agreement that respects workers, we'll see them out on the streets. Teamsters said there are no dates set for negotiation. Anheuser-Busch did not respond to a request for comment on Sunday. Now, we know strike authorization votes are pretty common practice. Contract negotiations, they may not necessarily result in a strike. Earlier this year, Teamsters at UPS and the Las Vegas unions representing hospitality workers authorized strikes, which were ultimately averted through new agreements. But the threat of an Anheuser-Busch strike after the parent company InBev saw their revenue and stock price take a big hit from the Bud Light boycott, from their partnership with Dylan Mulvaney. All right, that's going all the way back to the March Madness giveaway. I think that continues. Now, AB InBev share prices have largely recovered since then, with Friday's closing price up 4.9% from the start of the year. But the boycott has continued to weigh on their performance. U.S. revenue in the third quarter was down 13.5%, primarily due to the volume decline of Bud Light. So again, that boycott continues. That would be pretty difficult, rough for a company struggling as it is. All right, get back to Philip. We left off here talking about the YouTube channel and something you kind of advise folks to maybe check out.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying to check out Bruce's stuff, and I'm not promoting him by any chance, but Scania is pretty far advanced in the European truck industry. They're probably one of the biggest producers of trucks in Europe. And they won't even let them bring our stuff into our country because, it has to go through a certification process to be in the United States. But Bruce went over there and actually got to drive in their testing facility and drive multiple trucks with different engines and different things like that. But the point I'm trying to bring across is watch that video with him taking that tour, because you actually get to see the difference between a diesel truck and an electric truck.
Mm-hmm.
He drives a diesel truck that is common to what we've got. It's pretty close to what we got with the 6-cylinder engines, inline sixes. And you get to see him go up a hill and take the pull and see the torque the truck's throwing out. And then you get to see him drive an electric truck with the same amount of horsepower and the way it operates. And I think that's something that people are not noticing with the electric stuff. I mean, the torque is there and the power's there, but it's interesting in the video that you get to see both sides of the picture. You get to see the electric side and the diesel side. And these trucks are the most advanced trucks in the world. I mean, these things are crazy, do unbelievable stuff. I hate to say it, but Europe is a lot more ahead of us in the truck stuff than we are in the way they do their business. And we might haul a lot more weight than they do, and we might do a lot more loads than they do over here. But as far as the technology and how to put the power to the ground, those folks have got it together. And if you get a chance, you got to watch that. And him driving, I mean, they took him, he's basically a novice driver. He's nothing up to the scale of some of the drivers out there with many, many years of experience. And they put him into either one of those trucks and he drove it. And he said through the whole time, he said that it's like driving a car. It's not like driving a truck hauling 80,000 pounds of weight. And these trucks are weighted. They are not just empty trucks driving them around in a circle or up a hill. These trucks have 80,000. They're 80,000 pounds. He drives one truck on that video that weighs about 120,000 pounds. And they, just a person, he's a good driver. Don't get me wrong. Bruce is a great guy. He's not got as much experience as some of those guys out there that have been doing it for many, many years. But he knows a lot. He knows how to handle the truck. He knows how to drive it. He knows the deal. And it's a good video for you to watch and just check out the difference between all these vehicles and just taking basically an intermediate driver and driving these trucks.
Okay.
So if you get a chance, watch that. And as far as that Busch thing or Anheuser-Busch thing, I hope that doesn't happen to those folks, because I'm telling you, they've taken a pretty good blow financially, and it doesn't really need to happen. It really doesn't. Hopefully they get their stuff together. They have 2 months. They have 2 months to get their stuff together. So hopefully they do it like the UPS and try to get it together. Now, we're getting a lot of stuff over in the Yemen and all that with all the ships over there.
Yep.
There is going to be a lot of us. I think you're going to be seeing a lot more of our Navy being brought up in the news, because we are actually moving 3 destroyers right now to help out the Carney and all those other ones over there. So we're moving a pretty substantial amount of our fleet into that area between the Med and the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, all that. They're moving a lot of ships over in that area. So our Navy is a big portion of the Fifth Fleet is over in the Red Sea right now, buddy. And I think it's something that we need to pay attention to. And these folks in Yemen, I don't know what they've got in their plans, but I know that Maersk, who is one of the biggest shipping container carriers in the world with ships, they're kind of holding their ships off right now from going through that strait over there, I can't pronounce it, the Al-Anabi, I can't pronounce the name of it. But anyway, that strait is over by Yemen. They're holding their ships from going there, and they're waiting till we get our fleet there and possibly convoy across. So that's something else we got to pay attention to. But, buddy, I got to get going. I appreciate everybody listening to me, and y'all have a good one, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, Philip, thank you very much here on a Monday with all the we touched on that in the hour number 1. Yeah, with all the firepower that we have there. I mean, 14 what they described as one-way drones. These are pretty much kamikaze drones headed toward U.S. warships on Saturday alone. And so building up like I said at the time, it seems like the Iranian-backed Houthis are hell-bent and determined for whatever reason on trying to expand this conflict there in the Middle East. Not a good thing. As far as getting any additional financial aid for Israel and or Ukraine, we knew over the weekend that the Senate remained in session. The House broke away for their, I think it's a 3-week Christmas, New Year break. They departed Washington on Friday. Senate remained in session. Democrats, the Senate can remain in session all at once, but Senate Democrats trying to hash out a deal with the White House is probably not going to get past the House Republicans. John Cornyn of Texas warned of this on Sunday. He was on some of the Morning Talking Head programs. He said we got to be aware of the fact that it's just not an exercise in the Senate. It's not just the Senate and the president agreeing on something. It's something that can actually pass the House and then be signed into law. What we're asking for is humane, orderly, and legal immigration. Of course, Chuck Schumer kept the Senate in session until the holidays, while the House, as I mentioned, has adjourned. Cornyn doubts any sort of Senate deal will get enough support in the House, though. He said this is a very delicate, difficult negotiation. I've talked to a couple of key negotiators, and they feel like they're making some progress, but I know Schumer thinks there's going to be a deal cut behind closed doors, and then they're going to try to jam it through the Senate and then jam the House. That's not going to happen. I guess we are making some progress. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, said that the Senate's going to have to push the talks into next year. He said the bottom line here is we feel like we're being jammed. We're not anywhere close to a deal at this point, he said. And that was on Meet the Press yesterday. Graham says it will go into next year. We'll get to Daryl in Fairfield. Brain dead on board and back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, one other tidbit over the weekend in regards to our naval operations. It was several times in recent months we've talked about the United States kind of showing its hand as far as where some of our nuclear submarines are. And that was the case yesterday as well. A U.S. nuclear-powered submarine arrived at the South Korean port city of Busan Sunday. The USS Missouri, also known as SSN 780. After South Korea and the U.S. held their second nuclear conservative group meeting in Washington on Friday, any nuclear attack by North Korea against the United States or its allies is unacceptable and will result in the end of Kim's regime. That was the joint U.S.-South Korea statement from the meeting. A senior South Korean leader last week said that North Korea may test launch an intercontinental ballistic missile this month, which they did over the weekend, I believe. I know they launched something Saturday or Sunday. Visits by U.S. nuclear submarines had previously been rare, but they've kind of increased under agreements between Seoul and Washington that increased the arrivals of U.S. military assets to help deter North Korea. Another U.S. nuclear-powered sub, the USS Santa Fe, called at a port at the South Korean port of Jeju back last month. Of course, the USS Carl Vinson, the U.S. aircraft carrier, also arrived at Busan port last month. And this is all about increasing deterrence against North Korea's nuclear and missile programs. Boy, tensions around the planet. Good morning, Daryl. Happy Monday.
Good morning, Steve, and I wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas while I had the opportunity. And how's the family and how's Stryker?
Family doing well. Stryker doing good. Yes, thanks for asking.
I was interested in the fellows' baseball cards you were talking about. I used to be a member of the St. Louis Browns Knothole game, 1951.
Oh, yeah?
I lived in that fair city, moved up there from Arkansas, got beat up every day, but I went to school up Lafayette Park. I had that card for a long time. I've not seen it in a while, but the Browns was an interesting team. They hired a midget one time to be on their team, and nobody could strike him out because he walked every time.
Yeah.
I enjoy Philip because I have a grandson lives in Venus, Florida, and I always enjoy his weather report. And him being up on the issues. I enjoyed hearing about the electric trucks there in Scandia. I watched did you watch any of the Miami football game on Saturday?
I caught some of that,
Red
yes.
Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
Lands to goodness, I don't see how they played without getting hurt in that game. Rain just never stopped for 4 quarters. It was awful. It was foggy. You couldn't hardly see the field for the fog.
Right.
Listen, I'll let you go. I hope you have the merriest of Christmases and Happy New Year, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you for checking in as always there, Daryl. You do the same. Have a great day, great week, and if we don't talk before, Merry Christmas, right? Yeah, the bowl games indeed are underway. Here we are on a Monday. What do you got? Monday, December the 18th. I guess tonight, or actually this afternoon, it's the Bahamas Bowl. Temporarily renamed the famous Toastery Bowl. Western Kentucky versus Old Dominion. I guess it was slated to be in Nassau, Bahamas, temporarily relocated to Charlotte, North Carolina. Tuesday, the Frisco Bowl, Frisco, Texas, 9 o'clock in the evening. Marshall versus UTSA. Looking toward the weekend, and the things really kick into gear as you head into Christmas weekend. Thursday, the 21st, the Boca Raton Bowl, USF versus Syracuse in Boca Raton, Florida. Friday, the Gasparilla Bowl, Georgia Tech versus UCF in Tampa, Florida. Here comes Christmas weekend, Saturday the 23rd, the Birmingham Bowl at 12 noon. Troy versus Duke. Birmingham, Alabama, followed by, at the same time, the Camellia Bowl. Arkansas State versus Northern Illinois in Montgomery, Alabama. You got the Armed Forces Bowl, Air Force versus James Madison. That game in Fort Worth, Texas. The famous Idaho Potato Bowl, Georgia State versus Utah State. That game out in Boise, Idaho. That'll be a 3:30 p.m. kickoff. The 68 Ventures Bowl, Eastern Michigan versus South Alabama in Mobile. That'll be 7 p.m. The Hawaii Bowl in Honolulu. San Jose State versus Coastal Carolina. Now, we'll jump ahead past Christmas then. Tuesday, the 26th. The Quick Lane Bowl, Bowling Green versus Minnesota. First Responder Bowl in Dallas, Texas. Texas State versus Rice. The Guaranteed Rate Bowl, Kansas versus UNLV. Wednesday, you got the Military Bowl, Duke's Mayo Bowl, Holiday Bowl. And on down the line, there's that big Pop-Tart game on next Thursday, the 28th. So Thursday after this, I guess. Thursday, December 20th. The Pop-Tarts Bowl. North Carolina State versus Kansas State. You know, winner of that game gets a giant Pop-Tart. What everybody's waiting for is the big New Year's games, though. But coming up, we'll get those Friday, December 29th. Starts with the Gator Bowl, Clemson versus Kentucky. Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, Notre Dame versus Oregon State. The Liberty Bowl, Memphis versus Iowa State. The Cotton Bowl. There's number 7, Ohio State versus number 9, Missouri. That game in Dallas, Texas. So that'll be a Friday night prime time kind of game. Saturday, the Peach Bowl. This is December 30th. Penn State versus Ole Miss in Atlanta. Auburn versus Maryland. The Music City Bowl, obviously in Nashville, Tennessee. Orange Bowl, where all the controversy surrounding Florida State not being in the Final Four, right? Orange Bowl, Florida State versus Georgia, who got bumped from number 1 to number 6 thanks to the Alabama beating them. There you go. The Citrus Bowl, Monday, January the 1st, New Year's Day. Let's see, Iowa versus number 21 Tennessee. You got the Fiesta Bowl, Oregon versus number 23 Liberty. There's the college football playoff semifinal, the Rose Bowl. Number 1, Michigan. Number 4, Alabama. 5 o'clock p.m., Pasadena, California. Sugar Bowl, number 2, Washington versus number 3, Texas. From New Orleans, who will move on in the college football playoffs? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Since we're so close to newsbreak, we'll take you to the top of the hour, and we'll come back with that big final hour. The official Panama Canal transit numbers. The drought conditions continue. The numbers for November came in last week, and they're pretty ugly. November could be the tip of the iceberg, they're saying, though reservation slots are still being slashed further here in December, and that will continue into January. Total number of transits declined 22% in November from just October, according to the Panama Canal Authority. And for the first time since the drought began, the numbers are not just falling at the older, smaller Panamax locks, they're also declining sharply at the larger Neo-Panamax locks, which is a crucial conduit for high-capacity container vessels bringing goods from Asia to the U.S. East and Gulf Coast ports, and for liquefied petroleum gas and liquefied natural gas carriers transporting exports from the U.S. Gulf to Asia. Transits to the Neo-Panamax, the big locks, fell 28% in November from October. This time of year is the height of the export season for American farmers when grain cargoes traditionally move via the Panama Canal from the U.S. Gulf headed to Asia. And the numbers, the reservation slots are going to continue to drop, they tell us, in the coming months. Newsbreak on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A Texas congressman says the Senate and the White House will have to sweeten the current border security deal to get an aid package for Ukraine and Israel through the House.
The root of the issue is labeling cartels as terrorist organizations, and the other piece is holding these smugglers accountable that cause damage and kill Americans.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, GOP Congressman Tony Gonzalez acknowledged that what the Senate and White House want is much different from what the House wants. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas have been spending the weekend meeting with a bipartisan group of 3 senators over border security. Gonzalez criticized the White House for not having President Biden or Vice President Harris meeting with the senators. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has issued a travel advisory as a major storm impacts the region. Forecasters say strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding are likely from the mid-Atlantic to New England. Adams is urging people to stay home with hazardous conditions expected to affect travel through Monday. One Senate Democrat says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is undermining a vision of peace.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been an exceptionally difficult partner.
Delaware Senator Chris Coons said on CBS's Face the Nation that President Biden and most of Congress want a 2-state solution with Israel and an independent Palestinian nation. Coons agrees with the U.S. standing strong with Israel after the October 7th Hamas attack. However, he also wants more humanitarian aid, more to avoid civilian casualties. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen. The guided missile destroyer USS Carney engaged the attacked drones in the Red Sea during the early hours with no reported damage to the ship and no injuries. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Officials say the investigation into anti-Semitism on college campuses is not over. On Friday, House Education Committee Chair Virginia Fox said they're continuing to investigate claims of rising anti-Semitism at Harvard, UPenn, and MIT. She also said there will be an investigation into other colleges as well, naming Columbia and Cornell. No injuries are reported after heavy rain and high winds battered much of the eastern coast, especially on Florida Saturday. Weather officials say several Florida cities, notably among them Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando, felt the worst of the storm. The system is now expected to move north along the coast of the Carolinas and potentially reach as far as New England. Rudy Giuliani says he will certainly appeal the verdict in his defamation case.
Possibly will move for a new trial. Certainly will appeal. I am quite confident when this case gets before a fair tribunal, it'll be reversed so quickly. And the absurd number that just came in will help that, actually.
The case awarded nearly $150 million to former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for targeting them with defamatory statements in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Pope Francis is celebrating his 87th birthday by holding a Sunday audience at the Vatican where he was greeted by hundreds of children and their families to whom the church provides free health care. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And away we go. Final hour. Just like that on a Monday morning. Here it comes. Yeah, a lot of talk in the year 2023. Artificial intelligence became a big topic of discussion earlier this year. How smart is too smart? As we move to a world of robotics and potential companions that are not human. Sometimes I begin to wonder, don't mess with Mother Nature. Are we trying to play God? Delving into things maybe we shouldn't delve into? We've seen unintended consequences, the outcomes. And so much discussion about highlighting Hollywood becoming reality. We've seen science fiction films many times over the years delving into just that. Is this taking it to the next level? Report over the weekend. Our brains, the human brains, are remarkably energy efficient. Using just 20 watts of power. Yes, we have electrical currents running through our bodies, our brains. Using just 20 watts of power, the human brain is capable of processing the equivalent of an exaflop. What is an exaflop? That's a billion mathematical operations per second. I didn't realize our brains were that fast. Now, researchers in Australia are building what will be the world's first supercomputer that can simulate networks at this scale. The supercomputer, known as Deep South, being developed by Western Sydney University. When it goes online next year, it will be capable of 228 trillion, with a T, trillion synaptic operations per second, which rivals the estimated rate of operations in the human brain. The hope is to better understand how brains can use so little power to process huge amounts of information. If researchers can work this out, they could someday create a cyborg brain, vastly more powerful than our own. The work would also revolutionize our understanding of how our brains work. Progress in our understanding of how brains compute using neurons is kind of hampered by our inability to simulate brain-like networks at scale, according to the director of Western Sydney University's International Center for Neuromorphic Systems, simulating spiking neural networks on standard computers using graphics processing units and multi-core central processing units is just too slow and power intensive. Our system will change that, he says. Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, guy that's not involved in the work, told the New Scientist that this Deep South, this computer will be a game changer for the study of neuroscience. If you're trying to understand the brain, this will be the hardware to do it. Now, Mr. Cummins said that there will be two main topics of researchers interested in this technology, which will be those studying neuroscience and those who want to prototype new engineering solutions in the artificial intelligence space. Now, this is just one of many research projects looking to create a machine that will rival the human brain. Other researchers are trying to tackle the same problem by creating biological computers powered by actual brain cells. Like I said, I don't know. Yeah, I'll be trying to play God. Good morning to Steve in Columbus. Hello, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Yes, the weekend went by way too fast. It was a busy one to say the least, but it was nice to get to spend some time with a few friends Saturday evening. Guess we should pour the coffee, warm up the car, and head into town, see what this Monday brings us. And here we go again. Yes, indeed. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Thank you, Dingbat, for letting the cat out of the bag about how evil people we're going to be come Christmas and how many people, well, the three people we're going to really irritate. See, what we did is we took the actual present, wrapped it up, like you traditionally do. Then we basket weaved zip ties around it, put that in a bigger box, wrapped it like a traditional present, then put that in another box, gorilla taped it all the way around into another box where we super glued it and wrapped it. So, needless to say, we're such evil people, aren't we?
That's just wrong.
But yeah, but if you knew my side of the family, yeah, it's going to be on Facebook, pricelessvideos.com.
Okay.
But no, Friday. Remember we were talking about retention and drivers and turnover and all of that. I had some time thinking about stuff, and something happened to me Friday that really irritated me, and I can see why a lot of the drivers don't want to work in the industry. It's these inward-facing cameras. They drug me into Office Street because my trailer ran over a curb and set this camera off. This ain't the first time it's gone off. It's gone off, I think, one other time too. But it's these cameras. I mean, at what point do these companies stop going, hey, you know what, we need to keep our drivers, but we don't need to micromanage it? I mean, I'm so scared right now to pick my nose or take a drink of Coke that I'm going to get fired.
Right.
All these drivers around here are so scared that they're going to be fired. I mean, they called me in the office, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, because I was in the parking lot on my phone trying to call the store. Now, the company policy says you cannot have your cell phone in your hand while driving. My point to them was define driving. Because in your company policy, it does not say on the roadway. It does not say in a parking lot. But if I remember right, the DOT rule book, and I could be wrong, it says while driving, which is traditionally down the road. It doesn't say parking lot. It's a big gray area. But these companies are trying to be too over safety conscious, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you back off and say, hey, you know what? We're going to let them drive. And it's like I told them, your camera only caught 9 seconds of what your camera thought was valuable for you to see. You didn't see the 9 seconds before that or the 9 seconds after that. They showed me on one of these non-coachable, and I'm using the air quotes here, non-coachable offenses for taking a turn like you come up to a yield sign and make the turn at 13 miles an hour. I says, okay, what's wrong with that? She goes, well, a loaded trailer would flip over. I says, okay, well, define loaded trailer. She goes, well, it was loaded. I said, no, it wasn't. You don't know it was loaded or not. You don't know if there wasn't a car for 100 miles from here. You don't know all the details. You're seeing 9-second snapshot.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, the union is stepping in. This is where I like the union, because my business agent is the same one that I had at Yellow, the same one that I actually worked with too for a while before he moved up in the world. And he's fighting that on the side of harassment. And just technically it's what it is. You complain you want drivers, but you complain because you can't keep drivers. They're too stupid to figure it out. You know, I mean, I could understand if I was too close to somebody, if I was, you know, like I said, aggressively using my cell phone in my hand, texting while driving. But you've got to back off and let me do my job. I got into this industry, Steve, 25 years ago because the bosses were micromanaging. You got a quarter to do. You got to hurry up, get it done. You got to. No, I got in this industry to do it, to do this job the way it needs to be done. And I'm now looking to get out of the truck, not because the camera so much, which it does play a major factor, but because 25 years in the industry, I'm ready to bounce into something different, get into something different here. Let the younger generation have it. So if you keep pissing off all of us older fellas that anyway want to retire anyway, what else? You know, it's like around here too, Steve. Like I said, we're a union shop down here. And it's like I talked to the guys here. Okay, well, when's the last time you've been to a union meeting? Oh, the union won't do nothing for me. Oh, why do I need to go to a union meeting? Well, it shows where your true colors are. It shows where, you know, when you need help, you know, you want the union there, but at the same time, you don't want to go to the union meetings. You don't want to participate in the union. I mean, we got our Christmas party coming up at the hall coming up this Saturday, if I remember right. I plan on going. I plan on going to every available meeting I can get to. But they're so weak. They're so weak. The only thing they want here is a paycheck, and that's it. They don't want to step up and participate in anything. It's like the trucks run 62 miles an hour. I'm like, Yellow, hey, you know what? Not much difference. Because Scarecrow called in earlier. It was about pulling out in traffic and all of that. At 62 mile an hour, that once that he caught with the car that was holding him out is what I went through on a nightly basis. Not once, not twice, but at least 5 times. Because these incourteous drivers don't have 3 seconds to give me to move over for that truck on the side of the road. It's so bad. Even with the cop on the side of the road, they still want to do the same thing. A cop. Remember, move over. Hello? I mean, obviously I know we can't read English anymore. But still, it was the same thing.
That's right. You got
the courtesy's gone.
You got the move over law. I mean, the only exception, I guess, is if there's something, another vehicle preventing you from being, you're supposed to slow down 15, 20 miles, I think, under the posted speed limit. Right.
That is, you are correct. But when I got my blinker on for half a mile, seeing the blue lights, and even then when somebody is courteous enough to let me get over, all the other traffic is zipping by on the right side, and then all of a sudden they see it, and they try to cut me off. It's like, what happened here? I don't understand it. I don't get it. That's another reason why I want to get out of this industry, why I want to go into management, into the office, get away from actual driving. Because it's getting worse. Back in the day, Steve, back when I was like way young in the industry, we used to have this thing called the CB radio that a lot of people don't understand anymore.
Yep.
We had courtesy. You get on the radio. Hey, driver, you got a cop up here on the side of the road. Hey, come on over in front of me. I'll wait on you. And they wait. 65 mile an hour. They wait. But these people that are coming over from these foreign countries, like Grump was saying, I think last week, don't understand that not every truck runs 85 mile an hour out. They don't understand that you can't make up time once you lose time. You go sit in, like our dock here, 2, 3, 4 hours, longer than what you need to be. You got to go pick up your load, and they close in 10 minutes. You're not going to make it from where we're at here to West Memphis in 10 minutes. You can't. But nobody, and none of these drivers wants to communicate. They can't call up the broker and say, hey, I'm held up over here. Can we reschedule this pickup for tomorrow? Can we work something out here? Nobody wants to work anything out. And that's the other part of the problem. But these guys here, it's like, well, why didn't you go into the meeting and say something about turning the trucks up? Oh, I didn't know we could do that. Yeah, you can. Say something. Don't sit in that break room in there. Why they complain and moan about something that you could have stepped up and done? Because when it was yellow and contract time, yeah, I put my voice in. We had 30,000 employees. We got 120 drivers here. The local people here will hear you a lot better than 30,000 people, than 22,000 people. Because we had those surveys come across, they asked us what we wanted. They got our input. I don't know how many actually put in their input. That's the other question, $1 million question. But still, these people here don't want to get off their, and do anything. So, but other than that, Steve, we will holler at you tomorrow.
There you go, which will be essentially Braindead's Friday. It's his Friday Eve, but all right, appreciate you chiming in. It's 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hey, if you weren't with us earlier in the program, let me share it once again, because Eskimo Mom came across this story. This is kind of the update. It had made the headlines, I don't know, I think more than just in the state of Ohio, via the likes of social media. It was shared all over the country, and they had set up the GoFundMe and the petition via change.org in regards to the canine Igor. It turns out to be a happy ending. The Northeast Ohio police officer learned that his canine partner indeed will now, and technically does now, belong to his family. He was able to recover Igor over the weekend. Last Friday, the Shaker Heights City Council had a special meeting to consider the sale of the canine officer Igor under some certain conditions. According to WOIO, City Council members voted unanimously to allow the Hagen family to purchase canine Igor. Hagen was able to reunite with Igor that same day. The decision after the family and the community's fight to keep the canine with his handler, which is pretty much the family, the only family this dog has known nearly its entire life. Officer Chad Hagen worked for the Shaker Heights Department as an officer for 8 years. He was handler of the canine Igor for 5.5. Well, last month when he accepted a job at the Berea Police Department, back about Thanksgiving, he submitted his 2-week notice requesting to take 6-year-old Igor home. Now, typical canine service life is 7, 8 years. I mean, there's different breeds of dog live longer and shorter, as we all know. And so he was probably about a year, maybe a year and a half away from retirement age. Hagen actually offered $10,000 to the department to retire Igor. But the city asked Hagen and Igor to stay with the department for 2 more years, and then Igor could retire. Both stations reported that the city said Igor was still healthy and capable of working a bit more time. The chief apparently said Igor would be passed on to another handler. At this time, Igor was then taken to a police dog kennel, where he had been for about 2 weeks up till last Friday. The Hagen family was the only home Igor had ever known. I guess with the agreement, Hagen will have to pay $16,500 to replace Igor and train the new dog and its new handler through a police dog kennel. It's not clear how much Igor will cost Hagen, but so he's paying $16,500 essentially for the department to get a new dog, train a new handler for the dog. I mean, big bucks involved in this stuff, but hey, I guess the dog was reunited with his family there over the weekend, and the happy videos I shared there to my Facebook page. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. You know, the job of being press secretary, they say, can be very stressful. And our current White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, her job is to keep Joe out of trouble, which is not an easy task, at least when you consider the verbal incontinence our 46th president has showed in that role. Douglas Golden, C. Douglas Golden, writes for the Western Journal. And he kind of spoke out over the weekend regarding Hunter's refusal to comply with the White House or the Republican House subpoena last week. And one constitutional scholar contends it's not the notorious KGP's words that are bailing the president out of trouble, but rather maybe actually getting the president into trouble. What was it that KGP said last week? Hang on, we'll give you more on that after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. One Democratic senator is comparing the flow of immigrants to the U.S. to a sold-out concert.
We are over capacity right now, and we have to control this.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Joe Manchin of West Virginia said it's become dangerous to let more people enter the country. Manchin defined dangerous as only being able to screen a small percentage of those crossing the border every day. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has expressed shock and heartbreak following the IDF's accidental killing of 3 hostages held by Hamas. Netanyahu affirmed that Israel would persist with its military invasion of Gaza. On Saturday, a U.S. Navy Houthi warship intercepted and destroyed 14 drones launched from rebel-controlled regions in Yemen, engaged the attacked drones in the Red Sea with no reported damage to the ships and no injuries. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, let me take you back to C. Douglas Golden, writing for the Western Journal. Now, we all know last Wednesday, when Hunter refused to appear for that private deposition before the House, trying to say he would only appear in a public testimony instead. course, he doesn't get to dictate the rules. Yeah, that was the whole setup thing where there's even more behind the scenes going on with that. But he said Republicans don't want an open process where Americans can see their tactics, expose their baseless inquiry, or hear what I have to say. Yeah, what are they afraid of? I am here, he said at the time. Well, the real question is, of course, what is Hunter, number one, currently afraid of, and number two, should be afraid of? In terms of what he's currently afraid of, it has to be something. It is worth noting that the House Oversight Committee Chair, James Comer, said that Hunter would have his chance to testify in public, but only after he testified on Wednesday. Closed door. Comer said Hunter's trying to play by his own rules instead of following the rules required by everyone else. As for what he should be afraid of, well, a contempt of Congress charge, since subpoena is not a synonym for a suggestion to appear. What's more, conservative legal scholar Jonathan Turley said Thursday his father now has also something to be afraid of as well, all thanks to Karine Jean-Pierre, White House spokesperson. Turley blasted Hunter for his media briefing, saying that Biden and his legal team have now committed another unforced error. This one can prove as costly as pushing for an obscenely generous plea agreement and then telling prosecutors to rip it up in July. The evidence against him is overwhelming, as shown in his second federal indictment on tax charges. Yeah, Hunter simply could have done what prior witnesses have done. Go in and take the fifth. With that, that's what they anticipated. That's what attorney and former IRS officer Lois Lerner did, not once but twice, when House Republicans wanted to ask her about the Obama administration targeting conservative groups. It was a no-brainer that someone appears to have radically overthought on the Hunter legal team. Hunter can now be held in contempt of Congress. That will force the hand of Attorney General Merrick Garland, who aggressively pursued Trump figures for contempt, including former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. That overthinking actually extended to the White House, where Turley said there is another possible cost to this move. After Hunter's media briefing, Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about it at her press conference. Recall her response was, "Look, as you know, Hunter is a private citizen, so I certainly would refer you to his representatives." But then the president, she said, quote, was certainly familiar with what his son was going to say. And I think what you saw was from the heart from his son. And you've heard me say this. You've heard the president say this. When it comes to the president and the first lady, they're proud of him continuing to rebuild his life. They're proud of their son. Now, in between all the stuff we've heard before, Hunter's a private citizen. The first couple's proud of him for transitioning from spending millions of dollars on prostitutes and cocaine and sports cars. There's that one problematic sentence, which was, quote, "The president was certainly familiar with what his son was going to say." Turley said, oops, given the comments suggesting that the president spoke with his son before his act of contempt and actually discussed his statement. If that is true, it was a breathtaking mistake. One of the foremost obvious potential articles of impeachment that were laid out in previous testimony was obstruction. There already are questions over special treatment potentially being given to Hunter in the form of alleged felonies being allowed to expire, warnings about planned federal raids, sweetheart deals. In addition, President Biden has enlisted White House staff to actively push challenged accounts of his conduct and attacked the House Republicans and their investigating process. These acts could legally bootstrap prior misconduct into his presidency under abuse of power allegations. If this latest is true, that the president was speaking with his son about committing a potential criminal act of contempt, Hunter was refusing to give testimony focused not on his own role, but on his father's potential role in the alleged influence peddling. The House can pursue evidence on that conversation and how the president may have actually supported his son's effort. This is unforced stupidity of the most astounding sort, he said. Now, Hunter, as an attorney, refused to take an extremely generous plea deal if it didn't involve a novel, atypical clause which his attorneys contended exempted him from future Foreign Agent Registration Act charges. This led to the appointment of the special counsel, David Weiss, who has, to conservatives' pleasant surprise, pursued the first son over his misdeeds, charging him with tax and firearm violations that could lead to him spending years behind bars. Now, as his father faces an impeachment inquiry in the House and increased scrutiny about supposed loan repayments that ended up in the now president's bank accounts after Hunter and his associates received a series of transfers from Chinese sources. The next to last thing he needs is his son holding a media briefing where he openly flouts a subpoena, literally baiting the House Republicans by asking, what are they afraid of? And the last thing Joe needs is his own press secretary throwing him under the bus by alleging that he knew his son was going to commit contempt of Congress and actually discussed it with him. Oops. So where do they go from here? Well, Bob Good, Representative Bob Good, said it's quite obvious the two-tiered justice system has been on full display and will continue to do so in the coming months with regard to Hunter. I'm starting to think maybe the left, maybe the Democrats, maybe the Bidens have a double standard. I'm shocked by that. Of course, he said that in jest. No, we all see that. Not only will President Biden's Justice Department ignore pending contempt of Congress recommendations, but Biden will ultimately just pardon his son Hunter before he leaves office, according to Representative Good. Biden appears to be the most corrupt president in modern history. There's overwhelming evidence of his involvement with his son's business dealings. At some point, his father will pardon him before leaving office, hopefully by the end of the year, if he's not impeached before then himself. Attorney General Merrick Garland's going to expose the DOJ for a two-tier justice system favoring Democrats and the Biden family. Unfortunately, that criminal referral for contempt of Congress goes to the Department of Injustice under Merrick Garland. So I suspect little action will be taken. But we're responsible for what we do. He clearly is in contempt of Congress and should be treated accordingly. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't want to subject himself to true interrogation where you're not just limited to 5 minutes of grandstanding, going back from one Republican to one Democrat back and forth, where you can filibuster those 5 minutes of time. What they subpoenaed him for is to go behind closed doors and interrogate him all day long. Unlimited amount of questions to get to the truth. He doesn't want to obviously subject himself to that. The DOJ was quick to pull the levers of justice against Trump and his associates. You've got these rogue prosecutors abusing their power, going after their political opponent who ultimately will almost surely be exonerated, and that's Trump. Yet he's got to struggle through these unjust, egregious abuse of persecution legally to get cleared. It's all political, and yeah, that's where things stand today. But yeah, we caught that when Karine Jean-Pierre, they asked, well, was the president familiar with what Hunter was going to say? Was he privy to the fact that he was going to pretty much skip the deposition? And that was, again, where her response said, surely the president was aware. I think he's familiar with what his son was going to say. Oops. Hey there, horse feathers. Hat trick. Hello, horse feathers. I guess he lost his signal. Take 3. Knucklebuster, hey there.
Ah, 99, my daddy's the president. You can't touch me. That's what he said to the American public, right?
Yeah, in no uncertain terms, yes. Thumbing his nose at the American people.
Joe gonna pardon him. I don't know why they don't just go ahead and convict him of something, so Joe can go ahead and pardon him and get all this baloney out of the way there. So, anyway, shoot, you've had a great show this morning, man. We got to keep this up. I got to work till Wednesday anyway, maybe Thursday. I hope not Friday and Saturday. We'll see how all that goes.
Yeah. You don't want to be out in that traffic mess, right?
No, absolutely not, sir. So, you will be on in the morning, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be the only one out here. All right, have yourself a great morning. See if you can get Horse Feathers back in there. He's a more intelligent caller there. So. All right, have a great day.
All right, thank you. You're pretty much you're here for a regular week this week. Essentially, I'm here. It is Monday morning. We're here right up to Thursday night into Friday morning. Then it's Christmas weekend, and yeah, I'll be out the week between Christmas and New Year. A little Christmas vacation, as they say. Well, hello to Truck and Phil. What do we got going on this morning? Coffee up, Morty, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation. 38 in Fort Wayne today. Ditto for Sterling Heights. As we're ready to get it started. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. 7 days till Christmas. All right, have a safe, great week. Truck and Phil is on board Semper Fi this Monday morning. Lee Greenwood, of course, known for the, obviously, God Bless the USA, was asked if he would let Joe Biden use his hit song and said he probably wouldn't if he was asked. He was on Greg Kelly Report. Greenwood said he was a fan of former President Trump, and Trump used that song, and most presidents that have used it. But he said with Biden, it's different. I really like President Trump, he said. As a matter of fact, my wife worked with him for 21 years when he owned Miss Universe. But I, upon meeting President Trump, was just thrilled that he's such a nice guy, he said. Now, although Trump never asked him to use the song, Greenwood said he was not bothered by it. However, quote, I guess if it was the current administration, I'd probably say no. Oddly enough, because I'm a conservative. So there you go. He then went on to share his story about becoming a Christian and his newly released God Bless the USA variant of the King James Version Bible that's now available on his website. From the First Baptist Church in North Sacramento to where we are now, well, I married the most beautiful woman, my wife Kim. And we've been married 31 years, and her family, they were devout Christian, and they brought me back to the Lord, he said. Lee Greenwood. And we will return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, believe it or not, there's actually one high-ranking Democrat that is apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, pretty concerned about Biden's ability to be reelected. None other than former President Barack Obama is reportedly among the doubters. He increasingly questions Biden's prospects for next year's election and, quote, feels the Democrats very well could lose. According to a report by Annie Linsky, citing a source in the Wall Street Journal. With Trump forging ahead in polls, concerns about the president's age, the wide-open border, the Israel policy, an economic plan denting confidence, all while his son appears to be providing an endless media distraction. The quoted source, familiar with Obama's thinking, described the former president as rather troubled. Yeah, Trump has the edge over Biden in 7 crucial swing states in hypothetical matchups with the general election less than a year away now. And he's also increasingly seen as the stronger, better leader of the two. Of course, former President Obama's senior advisor, David Axelrod, several weeks ago suggested Biden drop out of the race when the new polls showed that he was trailing former President Trump. Pointing to a New York Times Siena College poll, Axelrod said it's very late to change horses here. A lot will happen in the next year that no one can predict. And Biden's team says his resolve to run is firm. Now, arguing that Biden is justly proud of his accomplishments, Axelrod said Biden's poll numbers would send tremors of doubt throughout the Democrat Party. Not bedwetting, but legitimate concern. Bill Maher is another calling on Biden to drop out of the race, making his fears public a year ago, when he said someone has to convince Biden that if he runs again, he's going to turn this country back over to Trump and go down in history as Ruth Bader Biden, the person who doesn't know when to quit and so does great damage to their party and their country. And he said that again last month. I don't know, the voices beginning to, the tide turning on the left. There he is back. Well, you went in the store real quick.
Yeah, I had to run in the store and get a couple things, so my headset didn't go that far. Kind of cut out there. I heard you say something and I couldn't reply. So anyways, I'm looking at getting a battery maintainer or multiple ones, I guess, because I have like 15 batteries at my house that sit around quite a bit. So the fire truck went and found its winter home. I got indoor storage for it, so its big batteries got pulled out, and they're back on the rack at the house there. They're in the garage on a rack. And, of course, my old Peterbilt there, that's got 4 batteries in it, and most of the time I got all I can do to get that charged and started. And, of course, got a couple lawn mowers and got a gator and a couple farm tractors and all that stuff. But looking to try to figure out what to do about a battery maintainer for it. So I get online and look, and you can go anywhere from a 1, 1.5, 2, 5, 8, 15 amp maintainers, and just trying to figure out if I need to have an individual one for each battery, or if you can put one on and do multiple batteries, or because I see some will try to actually restore batteries. If batteries are bad, you can get them to actually probably try to restore a almost dead battery back to good.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know if anybody's got any ideas. I know there's quite a few brands out there. I looked on Amazon. There's like 1,000 of them and a whole bunch of different packages. And of course, price ranges are, from one end of the chart to the other. So I just wondered if anybody did something or had luck with them. And if you're on Facebook, Facebook me, instant message me, call into the show tomorrow, because my not getting through enough times here. We've gotten to the end of the show, and I don't think I'll get an answer this morning. But,
yeah, seeing as time is of the essence, we don't have much time left, so.
Yeah, we just about have enough time to tell everybody they get their 10% for using overnight drive, and the extra 10% for being a CDL holder, veteran, first responder, and you get, your 15% off at Stable or something like that?
Via goldeagle.com. Yes, your Stable order. Absolutely. 15 there. And then, of course, 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
There you go. All right. Have a good morning, Your Honor.
See if we can get an answer to that question maybe on our Tuesday morning show. What do you say? So, we'll wind things out right there. One quick reminder, as he did mention there, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil. That has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday, greatest day of the week. We'll do it again at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream